For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good
Good morning. You have just tuned into the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's actually a very beautiful Tuesday morning, and we have enough, as usual, packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Destiny Momo, and with me is...
Most definitely Onyeka Valentine. It's a fantastic Tuesday. Welcome to the show. What do we have lined up?
Indeed. Well, on the show this morning, we have so much packed up for you as usual. Don't forget there's a Business Day Television breakfast show. And what should you expect on a Business Day Television breakfast show? Of course, a lot of business ideas, a lot of business stories. And right about now, we're going to start off with our review, our banter for this morning. And after the banter, we go straight into our front line of the newspaper to tell you what's happening on the front pages of our dailies. And from there, we'll move straight to the Business Morning segment. Business Morning segment has enough stock for you this morning. And from there, we'll move to the Big Story segment. From the Big Story segment, we'll take you straight to our social listening segment, where we'll tell you about social events as it is happening and unfolding in our nation today. Don't forget, you need to stay tuned to get all these goodies from Business Day Television, a breakfast show this morning. And right now, we want to just give you, before we give you the headlines this morning, I'm sure a lot is happening in Lagos, Nigeria.
Oh, most definitely. For what it is, they say traffic has become a part of everyone's family in Lagos State. But for what it is, I think so far the Coastal Road is doing great stuff. I passed through there this morning. And for once, I actually appreciated what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu pushed hard to achieve, which is the Coastal Road.
Yes,
so if he's listening,
yeah.
Commander-in-Chief, that was a chief project, because the traffic and gridlock from Lekki area has considerably reduced.
Exactly. Passing that Coastal Road and seeing the quality of work that has gone into that project and seeing the outcome, a lot of people are happy, believing that if this can happen, right, in this regime, more should be expected to happen in terms of tearing of roads, not just any kind of road, quality roads of that magnitude. When you're passing with your car is happy with you for treading a good path, right, with it,
I agree.
And the car just feels flattered. And I also see so much work going on in the Lekki Expressway as well, and so much work has gone in there.
Indeed.
And these roads are just springing forward, getting better and better, and helping reduce traffic along that part. Yes, definitely. But I don't know about the mainland. I don't know what is actually happening in the mainland.
Reports say that the mainland has its traffic. On my way here, I was listening to radio, and I could tell that some radio stations that focus on traffic rules and traffic, updates, those coming from Maryland, joining through the access to Yaba and those areas definitely will experience, back-to-back traffic. However,
is it at the 10 Million Bridge or something?
Before the 10 Million Bridge, I'm talking about if you're coming towards or through Echo Bridge. Those coming from Maryland, coming through Anthony, down to Iyaba, Ojuelegba, and then coming towards the Victoria Island. So if you're coming from that area and you're watching, well, look, because you can't be driving and watching at the same time, but if you're planning on going through that area and you're home right now, maybe you consider an alternative route to say, okay, let me go through the 12 Million Bridge. But again, traffic is something that we can't actually predict. So
but I also hear that there are some cities around the world that Lagos is actually learning from.
Bangladesh.
Exactly. I heard that, and I heard that Lagos is actually good in terms of traffic more than those places. But we just hope that as the time are passing and the road networks are being considered to improve. Yes, a whole lot of these things will actually be a thing of the past.
Well, kudos to the government, to Lagos State governor, and the government of Lagos State, keeping their roads clean. Which is quite good. You see your cleaners as early as 4, and I wonder what time do they have to get up in the morning? 10 to what a family thinks, and they are there on the road by 4:30.
And they are very intentional. They're very
Kudos
intentional. They're very intentional. And I also want to also give kudos to Loma. Loma is actually doing a lot. You know, talking about the population in Lagos, we're talking about over 20 million. No, I'm talking about over 22 million people. That's the population we have in Lagos.
20 million or so.
Yeah, but then Loma, you see them gracefully, you know, packing, you know, using their PSPs, and they're doing a lot. The cleaners are doing what they're supposed to do.
I give them pocket change every now and then, though. If I see them, I just say, this for your lunch.
It's awesome. But you know, because of the population, they still have more work to do in terms of, you know, actually removing this waste that people actually put on the road side. BusinessDay actually have a report on waste management. I think you should just go to our YouTube page and watch that very insightful report. And then we'll also give kudos to Loma again, because it's not easy, you know, with the works that they do. All right. Right now, we just have to move to tell you a little bit of things happening around on our headline stories this morning. From here, we have that Lagos State raises BRT and BRI bus fares by 13% starting the 2nd of March. Oh my God. And then we have here that Ella Lake's share price plunges after announcing failed 235 billion naira IPO. And also Genco's dump presidency's 2.8 trillion naira debt deal. And the last headline we have here this morning says that Georgia to restrict foreign nationals without PR from transport tourism jobs.
So if you don't have permanent residence right now, you're in Georgia, jobs like jobs within tourism and transportation is not for you. I mean, Nigerians that live there probably will be feeling the pinch, those who are planning on traveling too.
I think a headline that is actually missing from here, it's the blackout we are facing.
There we go.
It is not funny. You know, when this regime started, we were seeing a lot of, band A, band B, band this, band that. But right now, I don't know if these bands still exist and why the light system, the power system is very, very poor. You cannot boast of 10 hours and power supply.
These are
and I'm talking about for days. You cannot boast of 10 hours power supply for days.
I agree with you. I mean, the government that we are experiencing now, government by the way, not regime, but government, Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government, I'll use that word. Again, the APC, they are the ones who are the ruling party. If they don't see electricity as a priority, then I'm wondering what it is. Although, it seems to be that security is at the top of the plate, which obviously should, considering the amount of people that have been killed back to back. So I wish at some point...
If security is at the top,
it's not bad.
We need electricity to also back security. But I want to give it to Lagos State government. They're doing a lot of street lights in Lagos.
Yes.
And
solar
I want to give them kudos. Yes, solar panel.
I did a project of solar panels, so hopefully by next week we'll see what it's like.
Oh, wow. So please tune into BusinessDay to actually see that. We're going on a short break. When we are back, we will be checking the front pages of the newspaper. Please stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to fund it.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is Onyeka Valentine.
Right here, your co-host.
And
we're not alone.
Definitely, we're not alone.
We have
we're not alone.
analyst.
Our in-house analyst is
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's
the D already.
Good morning. It's been a while I've seen you.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing too?
I hope the cold subsided.
Oh, I think it has. Mine has. I mean, I think it's featuring everywhere.
I don't know what's going on in the weather. I think something is happening.
I don't know. Have you? I don't think you have contracted it.
I will tell you. I've had my share of it, but
seriously,
I've learned not to wait until it knocks me down. Okay. I punch it first.
So
that old advert.
Yeah.
Daga.
Oh my God.
You guys remember that?
So you still use that?
No, of course not. Well, I don't use it, but what I do is
I don't know about this song. You know about the song?
I think I do.
That old ad. But anyways, so
are you a Gen Z of some sort?
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. It's the OG of I've never heard of that.
What happened?
You know the OGs they will say before they are. Of course I know.
That ad was in the 80s, 1985.
Daga.
Yeah.
But then again, why are those people in the 80s claiming to be millennials? Very fast.
And then the funny thing, people who are middle-aged want to be respected and tell you, they are old enough. People who are older than them will tell you, I'm not old, I'm young. So there's a talk back and forth.
But I think
wow.
I don't know if you guys have been following what's going on in Mexico.
Honestly,
bloodbath.
Wow.
The death, oh my God, in Mexico. I remember they're also in the World Cup. So on Sunday, the leader of one of the cartel groups was killed, the mentor of these drug cartels, that is just like El Chapo's, the Escobars of this world. So
these are what the mafias can actually
do. Exactly. They have unleashed mayhem in Mexico.
Oh my God.
The president came out yesterday, they have a woman president, Claudia Sheinbaum. It's been serious issue in Mexico at the moment, since Sunday.
Killing spree.
Oh my God.
Wow.
They burn filling stations, they burn down
let's
honestly, you just said something, but if I respond to that part, probably Debbie will not Destiny will not agree. Which is, you see, they say what a man can do better.
Okay.
But you see, when it comes to governing a country that is riddled with gangsters,
you need a man.
Well, she spoke yesterday,
and she's doing marvelously well. She's doing marvelously well.
I know what the man can really do.
Honestly, that country is not meant. I'm sorry to say, for a woman to
on mafia level.
It is tougher for a man, let alone for a woman to govern or be president of that
the
country.
president that was there 2 years ago,
Right.
I know the way I should be able to handle this.
He went through a lot.
They have like about 10 different cartels. If you see the military
More
or
than 10.
Mencho, you think you're talking about, oh my God, I'm talking about this cartel guy.
Yeah.
The head of the cartel was just killed on Sunday.
Oh my
and it was
God.
this guy that went on the spree and they started attacking everywhere. Maybe people can actually be able to attack it for sex.
Oh my God.
All
right.
Well, again,
now, having said so, we have a whole lot of national
Right.
issues
That's
to
right.
bother on this morning because, you know, Nigeria is always ticking with, a lot of issues. So I think we should just go straight to our Business Day news paper to see what is happening right there, right now. On Business Day newspaper this morning says, businesses strained under advert regulators vetting regime. That's a big story on our Business Day newspaper this morning. And it also says that NNPC's profits mask 6.3 trillion naira liabilities time bomb. You find that on page 30 of our Business Day newspaper. And here says that Naira gain flips firms FX playbook. Naira gain flips firms FX playbook. And also here says that foreigners double down on Nigeria stocks as deals hit 19-year high. Whoa, foreigners double down on Nigeria stocks as deal hits 19-year high. Wow. Now, this is actually loaded as usual. You need to get your hands on a Business Day, a copy of our Business Day newspaper to, get to see a whole lot of these stories all by yourself. But then again, what do we have to say over what is happening?
Time before I will be able to pass the baton to Val, my guy here. I think it's the ACON, Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria.
Okay.
Remember last year, people fell victim of online scam.
A lot.
They were really, really very huge last year. So they have to introduce additional regulatory tightening around online advertising. Okay. And I think that's the expose that we try to be able to do here today.
Right.
You now see the conditions for you to be able to advertise is no longer business as usual. So what ACON, which is the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, that is in charge of, especially online, targeting, so those stringent conditions were put around tightening, around online adverts. Okay. So last year in May, they came up with those things about vetting process. Okay. And the vetting process for your adverts to go online has become a bit more stringent than it used to be. Oh. A lot of them actually complain about that. So that directive from the DG of HACON, Mr. Olalekan Faludapo, for example, in fact, required influencers, people use them for a whole lot, content creators and advertisers, to secure approval. Oh. You must be able to get that before you go online for anything.
Yeah, I also found that like if you want to put ads on radio, of course, or even
on the print, on the TVs, print, online as well.
You need to get that go ahead.
Yes. Like then,
and if you don't have it, you cannot go ahead.
At that time, well, I was going to say at that time, but even presently right now. Yeah. But before now, the rules and regulations were a bit, not too steep. Now they are stringent, which is important. The reason given is, you see, the put this way, the advertorial agencies or advert agents, as the case may be.
Advertising agencies,
Great again. They have been boycotting a lot of rules, which lay down, which at the end of the day doesn't put money in the pockets of the government. Of course. And so that's a challenge.
And apart from that, Val, if you remember very well, in 2024 or 2025 was when the CBEX scandal happened. I remember about CBEX.
Oh yeah, we heard about CBEX.
It happened in Ibadan.
Yeah,
how much was lost to it?
A lot of people.
1.3 trillion naira was what Nigerians lost to that scam.
But there's something I'm very curious about.
Do you know how many influencers as well? That's the question.
Yes. What I'm really curious about, like you just spoke about the CBEX scam now. Another one they call F&B actually happened the same year. Right, and these people actually are doing so much advert.
A lot with influencers and content creators.
Yes, they are doing. They're going to media houses. They're doing adverts.
Pumping a lot of money.
And
getting time instead of
claiming that they are affiliated to our ministries of finance, foreign affairs,
and even SEC will tell us we not regulate this body. Yeah, maybe there could be element of greed on Nigerians' part as well, or this get quick syndrome, syndrome that we're getting into. But CBEX, in fact, that was high up now for SEC and Hakon as well.
Yeah.
Because I can't be able to mention all their names here. You have influencers, notable content creators that gave their stamp of authority to say this company is good, invest your money in it.
Exactly.
Until the bubble burst. So
where they put their face?
Yes. Now I mean some of them are still out there. You still see them. Wasn't one of them Guaminisho, what was it called then? That was given him money to go and bail out somebody from kidnappers then and took something for himself.
I mean, these scammers, they've gone AWire. They've gone AWire and they've gone so professional and they're making it look like a real company.
That
they're even doing HMOs, they're doing leaves, they're doing trainings, they're doing charity.
It's unbelievable, Destiny.
So that's what happens.
That's why the regulator has to be able to, so it's attaching around it. But I think what we have done in Business Day this year is now see. The vetting process is actually very stringent now. You don't just throw anything out there any longer. But had they really been able to make that effect, I think our readers should read into it and see what
see exactly for themselves.
Actually came up with. I think another one I was talking about.
I was going to say, what do we have on the Punch because of time?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Punch,
now on the Punch newspaper this morning, we actually are seeing that fresh loans from the federal government domestic debt jumps to about 77 trillion naira. Now this is it. Federal government domestic debt jumped to 77 trillion naira. We have here saying that a convention APC may settle for Yilwatda and Bashiru. You find that on page 22 of the Punch.
There's a big story about the airport.
Yeah. We're seeing a big story about the Lagos International Airport Inferno. Ground passengers sparks travel chaos. This is also very loud. Now, another big story about the oil revenue roll says that the presidency defends Tinubu as legal titans split over executive order. You find that on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And it says here the Petroleum Industry Act violates Nigerian constitution. Now this is according to the presidency. And the NBA OPS back Tinubu as critics push against oil revenue reforms. Also says here that the SANS divided over president's directive on this matter. Now, before we even try to analyze what's going on in the Lagos International Airport right now, like genocide, U.S. Congress panel submits Nigeria report to Trump. Now, seeing the inferno so serious happening in our own very prestigious Lagos International Airport, the Inferno grounds passengers sparks travel chaos. What is going to be happening right now? Now, this is happening right here under our nose here in Lagos, Nigeria. What is going on? Now, this...
I think it happened yesterday.
Yes.
And they've actually been able to put the fire they've actually been able to put it out.
They extinguished it.
Yeah, they've been extinguished yesterday. The emergency happened and there was a travel chaos, no doubt about that. But you know, fire sometimes is a natural disaster. That a lot of things can actually trigger it. Look at the single market.
Well, again, not as if it is 100% tied to natural disaster, because the truth of the matter, it could just be an electrical thing.
That could have
started it. But
it
however,
could have also been a human error,
so this
so
is the thing
to
now.
speak.
For some people, I think they would put this way, they might raise the eyebrow of, can we have most of those old wiring systems that could cause chaos be removed and replaced?
I think
that's also a given.
During Festus Keyamo, this was actually just remodeled and rephased. Murtala Mohammed Airport, the two of them. MMA, two, they're working on MMA. So I think I was
so all those money is gone on.
No, they remodel it. Go to MMA now. It was remodeled during Festus Keyamo as Minister of Aviation. There were a lot of remodeling, a lot of refacing that was done at MM1 Airport. And yesterday, also yes, just like what Val said, the inferno that happened, for example, in Kano, was as a result of old damaged solar batteries that triggered. But this one here, people have not been able to pin it to
there is no
electrical
decipher of what.
Yes. Maybe it's still groundwork already. They're still doing. But as at this morning, in fact, when I had someone that's actually traveling, that was there. I was actually talking about they're about to move. that the fire has been put out. That segment of Murtada Mohammed, the international.
Okay, this happened just in one segment.
Yeah, it's international wing. You know, there are 3 wings there. There's MMA for local wings.
All right.
This is international wing where it happens.
Yes, it happened in international wing, and it's a big deal.
And yes, those 14 persons got trapped in a particular sector of the airport. Although they were finally rescued.
Nobody died eventually.
Yeah, because it says 14
God. No fatalities.
No fatalities.
Rescued means to undergo.
Okay, now still on the Punch newspaper, very quickly, says Agenco's dump presidency's 2.8 trillion naira debt deal, and truck crushes last mile officer, 2 motorcyclists to death. And FCT polls ADC candidate obedience rejects results.
I have something I was able to mention. So I think you talk about. Let me just jump in there. The convention of APC is coming up next month.
Oh, wow.
And then Yelwatda, who is the present chairman, the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, will likely do it. I think he has been doing some good job.
Okay.
When I say good job, in terms of being able to convert many people into the party. Don't forget, APC, I don't think it has happened in the history of this country. APC now is controlling about 32 parties out of 36. Okay. And we still talk about other governors are in the pipeline.
36 states? 32 states.
32 states out of 36.
32 states out of 36.
And it's under his watch that they have asked me to have that. Talking about Yelwatda, who is the present national chairman of APC. So it appears that the next convention, who is actually expected for a new chairman to be appointed, this man will definitely continue.
Okay.
And Ajibola Bashiru as well.
Okay.
Because
but then where is the convention happening?
No, I think it's in Abuja. It's March.
Okay.
So in the convention, they will now announce how much they will sell their form for presidential election next year.
Okay.
You know, form for presidency, form for governorship elections.
Running
So convention is majorly to, of course, it will be in millions. It will be in millions. So it's March 19th. That's next. I think it's after Salah. They are planning to have it after Salah in next month. We're saying it's March 20th to 23rd.
23rd.
Is where they will likely be able to have the convention. But there are clear indication that Yelwatda will be retained as a professor, as a chairman, and that Ajibola Bashiru will be retained as the national secretary of the party.
Okay.
They have been doing some good job to them. I look at the election that happened in them. They nearly cleared everything on Saturday election, not the by-elections. In Kano, they clear it.
Okay, in
Rivers, they win it. In Abuja as well, out of the 6 local governments, 6 chairmen, they claim 5.
Okay.
And so, I think to them, they'll feel like he's actually doing well, and they'll likely be able to retain him.
Okay.
Next one is the fresh loan thing that you read as well. But don't forget that it was
77 trillion. That's a lot.
So that's why I don't want to be able to develop this panic with what is happening again.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it is, but the question would be like, what are they using it for?
What are they using it for?
Thank you very much.
I thought you just jump on that.
I think we should. So don't forget, this 77 trillion is only federal government.
Okay.
It includes state and FCT. The federal government is borrowing the money on behalf of states. The 77 trillion here. Now the total debt stock is about 157 trillion naira.
Okay.
Total debt. This amount here is the domestic part. Domestic loan. Not foreign. You can see that this is not domestic part. So domestic part is about 77 trillion. But don't forget that if you read, I think there's a writer there about 11 state good. 11 state.
Yes, it says that 11 state FCT borrowed 373 billion in 9 months, despite higher allocations.
That's what we need to question them.
Course.
Why are they borrowing this?
Why are they borrowing?
273 billion naira. I'm sure this is what the expose Punch is actually trying to be able to bring up here. That we need to look at. But I think it's the main story I'll talk about. We need to read that lots of time.
So
it's the executive order.
Yes.
Thank you. It's been generating a lot of ripples.
Okay.
You know, don't forget, the federal government on 13th of February, that's last week or last 2 weeks,
Okay.
the presidency signed an executive order
Right.
ordering NNPC to remit 100% of their funds to the federation account.
I bet they be chewing their tongue.
Are you sure that this is not going to bring
those are the
let them not cause another fire?
They will not, because I was here, maybe I didn't see you here last week. I know I was with there, Val and Elizabeth. And what I was saying here is, when you talk about the house of opaqueness, and nobody knows what goes on there is an NPC. There are a lot of opacity.
There's
things are
so
not
many
clear.
things
You
there
don't
that
know
are
what is going.
unclear.
A lot of them have money.
Now, Dangote refinery has already come out to do a lot of exposure.
What is going on in NPC? It is just one bastion of corruption that is not clear to anyone.
It will never be clear until it becomes
I know
clear.
what I'm talking about. I know the president felt like, before that the PIA, 30% of whatever revenue they have in a year, they have to retain it.
Oh my God.
That's what they used to do until now.
Wow.
So the new executive order now is not telling the president, not telling them, if you do your 30%, remit everything. If you need any money, come and request it.
Speaking about money, the Vanguard has something to kind of add value to
Can we
that.
just really know what's happening in the Vanguard newspaper this morning because of time?
This is quite interesting. Says foreign portfolio inflow grows 86.5% in January.
More people are investors' confidence. That is it.
And that's the
it
base
means
19.
money is coming in into the. I was telling about yesterday, and the amount of inflow we are recording now is unbelievable.
It's quite high.
To do, yes, and it's because of economic stability. Yes, Deb mentioned something very vital yesterday.
Okay.
Let me feel it in my pocket.
Should I shock you? I think one of the reasons, indications that could, spike this inflow could be the fact that, and this might be very, very controversial, could be the fact that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu finally decided to bend towards the United States, allowing it to come in, to help us solve our insecurity problems. You see, believe it or not, as much as some might agree, some might disagree, when the United States is involved in anything, remember, according to them, they say they're the economic engine of the world. And so you begin to ask yourself the question, is it just possible?
Impact.
Yes, it's just possible that because the world have now seen a local that we are allowing boots on ground, does it not make Nigeria a safer place to come and do business? This is the question now. Hence this inflow and growth.
I think we should allow go ahead.
This is January.
Yeah.
We don't be able to get the figure for January from Central Bank in terms of foreign portfolios. Now, don't forget, this is foreign portfolio investment. What does that mean? First of all, it means you have people with dollars, with euros, bringing in their money. They could have invested the money anywhere in the world. Now, they decided to bring it down to Nigeria. We have never recorded this level, first of all. I can't be able to roll out that theory as well, and I know some of the positions. But that's what it means. That's foreign portfolio investment. It's like saying, just like you have your Naira and you invested abroad. You now have, you have dollars, for example. You think, where do you want to invest this money?
Where?
And you're not picking to let me invest in Nigeria. There will be a lot of dynamics that will inform that decision. There are a lot of things that will inform the decision. Security is a very important factor. Just what I said. You want to ensure at this, then economic stabilization. How am I guaranteed of my returns? But the question here is 86% in a month.
That is
an indication of confidence. You see, we have confidence in this system. Don't forget that point portfolios. There's something we should be able to mention in international economics. We say that capital is a coward. Coward means it's always one away from where it is not safe. Your money will never, people will not be able to invest where it's not safe. They will only invest. That's why capital is a coward. It will not go to a place where you're like, no, there's a problem here. They always want a place where it is quite relaxed. I think that's an indication that maybe things are actually to be able to turn out.
Well, that's on the good side as well. So, Mr. Valentine, can you just go over everything that's happening on the Vanguard newspaper because of time, so we can go into the cartoon of the day.
So we have, why Monday markets are not picking up in Southeast. Traders, well, again, we basically know why, because we just had the Monday, whatever it is, lifted off 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago.
Take time before it.
That's in page 31. And then page 9 here says, Wike cancels 485 Abuja land titles after failed verification. The question now is it that they purposely decided to run those verifications down? Because I mean,
people have been asking questions anyway. There's a lot of political understanding.
What's the big story?
Right, then page 8, very quickly, El-Rufai files 1 billion naira lawsuit against ICPC, others over invasion. Look, but the main story here, the El-Rufai story, I'm not shocked. He's trying to block a lot of things.
Oh yes, he claimed that it was actually wrongly, the court order they got was invalid. That's what he claimed. And so you can see break it down. ICPC 400 million, EFCC 300 million, now 300 million. I was managed from
there. All right, so the
case we have his day in court anyway. We have his day in court. I will know what's going to be able to happen.
Then very quickly here before we run away, it says 53,790 held in prisons without trial. This is a big issue. I was just saying before we started, right? I was opportune to have done a bit of interview and story 4 years ago when I went to a certain prison, and I was shocked when we found out that wait a minute, this ATM, which is awaiting trial men people, they are a lot of them. So
it's not a good thing. I think a whole lot of them are innocent, and if the government looks into it, a lot of people will be freed, and that will be useful in the society. Because we have so much to say today. But let's just see what we have on the cartoon of the day very quickly before we end the newspaper review for today. Now it says debts 153.29 trillion naira, and we see this whole burden on the head of our president. So
someone that we know.
So, I mean, analyze the space.
Okay, so I think you remember what I said we read here about the fresh loan.
Exactly.
Of this amount, the 155. That's my calculation yesterday because I was writing something on it.
Yeah.
The 153. The figures are still disparate there. 77 trillion is owned by the state. Don't let us forget that. There's still domestic loans. I mean, there are still domestic there. At the same time, what contributed to this amount? There are three factors. Because of time, you need to allow me to explain them.
Okay.
One was because of dollar exchange rates alignment created the problem. Shut the amount to this level.
Yeah.
There are what we call encumbered debt as well. Because of time, you don't have to explain all those.
Yeah.
So I can tell you what this government is actually holding out of this is less than 40%.
Are you
I'm
serious?
telling you that.
So why are we seeing the numbers?
Okay, good. So debt servicing, interest on the loan. One of the major things, I am an economist.
Okay.
And one of the things I detested the most, I fight vehemently against is interest rates. It is inimical to growth. It will kill. What do I mean by that?
So at the end of the day, just summarize it. Is Nigeria actually in this?
Yeah, it's in a mess. But the question is,
exactly.
It's in a mess because of the interest on those loans.
Okay.
It's simply saying, I borrowed 1,000 naira from you. Please don't the analogy. 1,000 naira from you. I have paid back 2,000 naira to you.
Much.
And I'm still owing you 10,000 naira.
But my question now is, there was a time when our president announced very quickly, look, all debt has been paid off. All of a sudden,
because the question is
at that point.
I think we should argue this outside of the studio. Right. So that's all we have for you today on the newspaper review segment. Thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. Next is Business Morning segment with yours truly. Thank you for staying with us. I am Destiny Momo.
And of course, I am Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed, as usual.
Thank you, Mohammed.
For giving us good analysis, as always. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo, I beg your pardon. Now, let's bring you the news in details. Now, the Lagos State government has approved a 13% increase in fares on bus rapid transit, BRT, and other standard bus routes across the state. The decision was approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu following appeals from regulated public transport operators who raised concerns about the rising cost of running their services. According to a statement shared by the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, the fare adjustments will affect all bus reform initiative schemes, including BRT and standard routes, as the new fares take effect from Monday, March the 2nd, 2026. The state government explained that the increase is meant to reduce the pressure on public transport operators caused by ongoing economic challenges. And now moving on, the LR Lakes PLC's share price plunged by nearly the maximum daily limit of 10% on Monday after the agro-allied firm announced it will refund subscribers to its 235 billion naira initial public offer due to failure to meet the minimum subscription threshold. The company revealed the development in a statement issued on Friday, February 20, 2026, announcing the close of the offer on its website. website. The announcement triggered a wave of sell-offs on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, compounding investor concerns about the company's financial position and recent performance. The sharp decline reflects negative market sentiment following the failed public offer, signaling heightened uncertainty around the company's capital-raising plans. Analysts, however, say the development could weigh further on the stock in the near term, particularly given the company's leveraged position and weak price performance in recent weeks. And still on, the Association of Power Generation Companies has dismissed media reports suggesting that 2.8 trillion naira represents a nearly verified and final settlement of legacy debts owed to electricity generation companies. In a statement issued on Monday, Joy Ogaji, the Chief Executive Officer of APGC, described the report as completely inaccurate. The clarification follows an earlier publication by a local newspaper which cited unnamed officials in the presidency and the Federal Ministry of Power as stating that GenCos had initially demanded 6 trillion naira and proposed a 3 trillion naira federal bailout. The report further claimed that President Bola Tinubu directed a comprehensive audit of the claims before any public funds would be approved, citing concerns over inflated documentation similar to those seen under the fuel subsidy regime. And now to end the news, the government of Georgia has stated that foreign nationals without permanent residency will be effectively barred from working in courier services, passenger transport, and most tourism-related roles. Now, this said policy will take off from March 1, 2026. The move marks a significant tightening of labor regulations and is expected to reshape parts of the country's fast-growing service and even tourism sectors. The new rule was signed by Prime Minister Irakli Kobakidze and establishes a binding framework that defines the conditions, eligibility criteria, procedures and timelines under which foreign nationals may legally work in the country. Now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning segment. Stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Yeah, welcome back. Now, this is Business Morning segment today, the 24th day of February 2026. Now, moving on to our first conversation for today. Now, talking about visa policy reforms, fuel global tourism growth, but challenges still remain. Now, as governments around the world retool visa regimes, tourism sectors are reporting notable growth, with easier entry rules acting as a key catalyst in attracting international visitors and boosting economic activity. Now, recent policy changes from Asia to Africa and the Middle East reflect a growing recognition that streamlined visa systems can be powerful engines for tourism-led growth. Now, visa liberalization driving tourist inflows in Asia and Africa, major reforms are underway as the government has launched ambitious visa-free and digital entry measures as part of its 15th five-year plan, aiming to transform major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Hainan into global tourism hubs. Officials say simplifying visa processes and reducing entry frictions are central to stimulating inbound travel and economic activity through 2030. Now, China's expansion of visa-free access has already shown results. Broader visa exemptions and eased entry rules have actually contributed to significant increases in international arrivals and tourism revenue, helping the country compete for global visitor share. Similarly, Vietnam has adopted digital visas and expanded its electronic entry points across airports, ports, and land crossings to make travel more seamless for foreign visitors, supporting the nation's emerging tourism boom. Now, African open border push. Across Africa, several nations are leveraging visa reforms to drive growth in travel and hospitality sectors. Stakeholders on the continent are calling for broader reforms in visa policies and air connectivity to unlock Africa's tourism potential, citing substantial economic gains if barriers to entry are reduced. Countries such as Kenya have rolled out visa-free entry agreements for many Africans and Caribbean states, eliminating cumbersome pre-travel authorizations and visa fees for eligible visitors. Players and policymakers concerned about lost tourism revenue. For example, tighter visa regimes for Nigeria travelers introduced by the United States and the United Arab Emirates have prompted debate about the broader economic cost of restrictive visa barriers. And now joining us is Tina Wanya. She is a senior travel consultant at Jetals Limited. Good morning, Tina. And so good to have you join us on Business Morning segment this morning.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, now, you know, we're talking about visa policies and tourism growth, right? So then how much does visa ease or restriction directly impact a country's tourism revenue and even GDP growth?
Thank you very much. For visa policies, it actually restricts tourism growth. In the sense that, just say for instance, you're talking about Kenya. Kenya, they introduced free policy for every travelers. That on its own increased and boosted the economy in Kenya. Now you can easily just say, okay, you're buying your flight ticket and then you're moving to Kenya. Tourism there is fast going. But in a case where you come to other African countries, you see that the revenue is being reduced. Let me take, for instance, Nigeria, for instance. In as much as we appreciate the fact that the e-visa was introduced, but there are still some little barriers, and that affects the hotels that are supposed to be sold out, that affects the tour guide that is supposed to take people on tour, that has also affected transportation that is supposed to lead people to where they're supposed to go to, and then the drivers and the like. So for visa policies that are very stringent, it affects not just the economy, the individual, the business personnel, and that hinders GDP growth.
No, are strict visa policies truly about national security? Or do you think they are silently costing nations billions in lost tourism opportunities?
See, that part, in as much as it's all about the national security, in other instances, is all about how you place your country in the global market. And it definitely is costing the country billions of naira, billions dollars of naira, if you want to put it like that. Yes, we understand the fact that, I will take an instance again for Nigeria. When the late former president, Buhari, was in power, he ensured that visa within African countries, as Nigerian, they can access Nigerian. You don't have to go through the embassy and then applying for visa. But I also make mention of that, the fact that some nationals are coming into the country that they were not supposed, on the normal, they were not supposed to come into the country. There was a little breach of security, if you ask me, and that really did not really affect tourism, because then you saw there was a hike in tourism, but the security aspect, it was not really encouraging. But with this new regime that is in, yes, they limited the visa policies. What did he do? They tell you that this is the way you need to apply for the visa. You need to go online and then apply for the visa. If you see, for now, there's the security aspect is actually limit, and then the economy did see a rise in revenue when it comes to e-visa policy for Nigeria. So for security reasons, no, it doesn't really affect, but it just have to be very smart and then strategic about it.
And having said that, right now, should developing countries actually adopt visa-free or visa on arrival models to actually compete globally for tourists? Do you think this is doable?
Yes, developing countries, I wouldn't say they should and they shouldn't. When I say, I also still give an instance. Rwanda, for instance, adopted free policy for travelers. And everybody know that for as a Nigerian passport holder, if you want to go to Rwanda, you just get your flight ticket and you're admitted into the country. Seychelles, you wouldn't say Seychelles is a developing country. Seychelles did not really outweigh that part. I say you need to come into the country, but they introduced the ETA, which is the Electronic Travel Authorization. This itself is very easy to get, and then you pay at the fee of €10 and the likes. So developing countries, if you're eliminating the visa policy or visa-free policy, in the terms of revenue where the visa comes in, it might limit your growth, might really limit your revenue, but rather you make it subsidized. People will still come. Something that is supposed to be $5, for instance, you make it $1. Thereby, revenues are coming in that place. Let me give an instance. You agree with me that if you're traveling to London, in as much as Nigeria and London, they have a bilateral relationship, it is not free. You definitely still pay. So that's to stop people from going into London. Or if you see Rwanda, Uganda, the East African countries, it is not all of them. Tanzania on its own said, okay, for Nigerian passport holder, you need to get a referral visa. But for other nationals, you need to pay a subsidized fee. So eliminating the aspect of visa fee, either maybe they get visa on arrival or free visa, I wouldn't subject to that, but rather subsidizing it, because that on its own also bringing revenue into the country.
So now, how do digital visa systems and even e-visas actually change traveler perception and destination competitiveness? How does it change it?
If I have the opportunity, I would say let every country go into the digital visa process, and which of course some countries have been subscribing to it. Of recent, UK also announced their own that on the 25th, they will be going fully for the visitors visa, that's the e-visa platform, because this gives you the fastness, you secure prompt attendance to issues. I would say, let me also give an instance. United Arab Emirates, for instance, they've been operating the e-visa service. You can wake up and say you want to travel to UAE, and then get a visa approved in 1 hour, 2 hours. You're holding your passports. So that is number one of fastest means. You trust the system. You know you're uploading your photograph, you're uploading your data page. That was initial the requirement if you're going to UAE. But now they'll say, okay, fine, upload your statement of account and all that. But you're doing it at the convenience of your home. You don't need to go to the embassy. Nothing is going to make you leave your house and all that. And then the safeness of your documents. We've seen a situation whereby they're trying to transport documents, passport of people from one point to the other. The car got caught with fire, or something, or somebody ambushed the car. Your document is there. But in a case where the document is still with you, all what you just need to do is just to upload. And the immigration personnel that is coming to attend to your file online doesn't need to start, okay, fine, this person file number 1. No, they just go online with a link or in a database, open your system, see everything, run through the check that they want to do. So it's very, very encouraging. I still hear some people say, oh no, I still prefer the stick-on visa on my passport and the e-visa. But I'm here telling you that the digital visa is a way that every country should go to, because number one, it's as fast, it's as reliable, it saves times, it gives you that confidence of your application is going to be processed within the shortest of time, and also the safeness of your document is still with you.
Now that's very, very encouraging. That is very, very encouraging. Those points you gave are very, very truly valid. So then what lessons can countries learn from tourism hubs like the United Arab Emirates and Thailand that have simplified entry processes?
For the United Arab Emirates, they should learn the fact that UAE adopts a fast process when it comes to visa application. They have well-equipped database system, even on arrival in their country. They have so many personnel. Everything is digital. And one thing about this country is they also as well do their monitoring, like once in every 2 days or twice in every 5 days. So by so doing, their system is up to date. Like I said, you just wake up and say you want to travel to UAE and you get your visa approved in 1 hour within 24 hours. So every country should adopt that because UAE has set that pace, trying to welcome tourists all over the world. And then there's also safety in the country. UAE is that one country that you will sleep and wake up, even after you forgot your phone, it's by their immigration system is top notch. They understand the fact that people come into our country, we welcome them, we need their safety, we need them to be. And then there's also one thing again that I said that every country should emulate UAE for their hotels. They have standard of hotels and they have policies. They have people in place that go from one hotel to the other to check. If your hotel is below standard, definitely you're going to get a query. You're going to get a fine. So you'll be staying in UAE, you'll be staying in a 3-star hotel, for instance, you'll be staying in a 4-star hotel. You feel like you're staying in the best of the best hotels in every other places. So I think the government actually did invested in their tourism. Their tourism is one of their major source of income. So I think countries should emulate that. Let the government get involved as well. Because if the government on its own subsidized for the hoteliers, it will really go a long way. And then when it comes to the immigration system, train personnel, get to the IT people, always update your system, like always update your system. Not like you're trying today, the network is bad. You will never see the network get faulty. And one thing again about UAE is when you apply for the visa, you don't have to say, please send me your visa. You use your email, everything is being sent to you. And then also Thailand did adopt that. Thailand, for instance, initially they were using the stick-on visa policy, but now it is digital. Everything, you just go online, you upload. One thing that I appreciate about Thailand is what I think other countries, they might also emulate. Even for Thailand, yes, they also do an interview system. But that interview system, they give you option. They can actually be conducted via Zoom, or they can even call you on the phone and say, oh, this is your interview. They get you prep, even on WhatsApp. So I really emulate that. So with that, and then how they subsidize the price for hotels, make people welcome in their country. So people are always trooping in, okay, I want to go to and telling I want to go to bank. This thing don't just happen overnight. The government were involved in tourism, not like involved, fully involved in tourism. See that some amenities were in place, and especially their visa process that is very easy and straightforward. I think every other country should emulate that.
Awesome. You've given very valid points. And you know, in Nigeria, we can actually do a lot in the tourism sector. We have a lot. We have a lot. If only, like you said, the government would actually, you know, subsidize in the hospitality industry and actually make our tourism worth the while. So it means we have so much to learn from UAE. But then again, in Africa, how can regional blocs like the Economic Community of West African States actually leverage free movement policies to boost intra-Africa and tourism?
A free movement for ECOWAS, that is the Economic Community of West Africa. There's actually a free movement within the state. But one thing that is not very okay, and then I would say, is when it comes to the flights. I don't know how they're going to subsidize that. I'm traveling to Doha, Qatar. I'm spending on a return flight ticket 946,000 naira, say for instance. That is if I'm using Ethiopian Airline, that is a 8 to 10 hours flight going and then coming back almost the same thing. And I'm also going to Ivory Coast, just a 2 hours flight. And then I'm spending almost 2 million, 3 million naira. So to me, it boils down to the question that, is it that there's no relationship, even as much as they say that it is ECOWAS, what is happening? If it is going through the road, of course, there's a network, but the distance is not encouraging. And with just you don't even need your Nigerian passport, your international passport, if you're traveling within the ECOWAS, you can get your laissez-passer, that's the blue passport that gives you freedom of movement. Or in some instance, just if you're going to a neighboring country, such as Benin Republic, Togo, you get just your ID card and then you show that you're a Nigerian, they can allow you in. But when it comes to flights, traveling by air, that is even supposed to be encouraging, telling people to invest more, you're spending so much. So I said, what is happening? Are they assessing or given updates regards in one aspect, and then the other aspect they are saying, no, everybody can do what they do. So I think the government should actually look into that, because there's no that integration when it comes to the air movement, but doing the land, and then there's actually, I think the government should look into that, because it is Africa. We want to travel. I'm surprised that for now, like in our organization, people are doing combo trips. When you take combo trips, you add 2, 3, 4 countries, and everybody's saying, I want to go to Africa. People want to go to Africa. People want to see other parts. But when you give them the bill, and someone said, why is Africa very expensive? And then we said, number one, that integration is not there. Number 2, maintenance. And number 3, security. So these are what they should look out for if they really want that togetherness in boosting the tourism sector in Africa.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow. So then, do reciprocal visa restrictions between countries actually hurt ordinary travelers more than policymakers?
It does. It hurts the solo traveler, it hurts the business personnel, it hurts the students. These are few people that it's really hurt. We understand the visa policy that was just recently introduced by the United States of America. And they're telling you that, okay, for new students, you're not really supposed to come, if you're coming in, these are the restrictions that are there. As a tourist, these are the restrictions that are there. You have to pay if you go for an interview and then maybe you succeeded, you have to pay a bond. How many people of us would want to do that? Even if I thought some people that even have the fund, they'd be like, no, I don't want to. So it doesn't really affect the policymakers, because somebody that is in government has a diplomatic passport to travel with, and then there are also that privilege. But as an individual, as a business personnel, schools are crying. People are not coming. We have bills to pay. Hoteliers are saying people are not filling our hotels. We have bills to pay. And then the individual on its own is saying, I have a visa, but I cannot travel. I have my time of leave that I need to spend in a particular country, but I'm unable to do that. I am scared of this. I am scared of this. You know, that mental torture, that mental stress. And you as a student is, okay, if I leave, coming back, what is it for me? So the policies makers, it's not really going on well with the individuals that is at stake, and then also for the business owner, because they tend to lose fund, they tend to lose time, and then they tend to lose their happiness.
So then how can governments balance border control with the urgent need for foreign exchange earnings from tourism? Where is this balance coming from?
Balance is coming from on how the government tends to support the tour operators. I would also give you an instance. In Egypt, if you say you are a tour operator, the government supports you. Egypt on its own said that everybody can come into the country. Whether you have a US, a UK, a Schengen visa, you can come into the country. You can have a security clearance and then you come into the country. And you as a tour operator said, I have people that are coming into the country. You register with them. Egypt supports you because they want that tourism money. They've invested so much. One thing about the government is, if the government actually plays a major role when it comes to tourism, the government invests, and in so doing, the tour operators, they get their return on investment from when people come into the country. Like I said, the government plays a major role when it comes to boosting tourism of a particular country. Yes, we as tour operators, we have so much to do on our own part. But when we have that support from the government, I'm coming into the country, I'm coming into Nigeria, for instance. I know that the visa policy is favorable to my clients. I know if something happens, I can easily call and then they will get the visa policy, they'll settle the visa for me. However, is that a good road network for my clients to experience? The hotels, are they safe enough? Are they of international standard? The tour guide, how equipped is the tour guide? Does he or she knows and understand this terrain so much? Either we like it or not. For instance, the Lagos Badagry Slave Trade Center has influx of tourists. And those people over there, that's the tour guide, they are vast when it comes to that knowledge. But the network to go there, if you're not going through CMS, using the water system, going by road, if you're not avoiding the traffic, yes, we know that it is okay. But if you're not avoiding the traffic, you might end up spending a whole day, 24 hours, because of the fact that you want to experience tourism. So they should build more road network, rail station. If the government does that, tourism in Nigeria will be the next oil that people would
I just wish that it can happen the way that you've just analyzed it. You've made a whole lot of sense. So much. Okay then, so what role does political stability and even diplomatic relations play in shaping visa access and tourism flows?
It plays a whole major role when it comes to political stability. When your country is at peace, when your country has so much to offer, every other country in the world, wants to come and invest in your country. When there's a political stability, everybody wants to come and invest in your country. This not only boosts the economy, it also ensures that the citizens, they have revenue, they are happy, everybody's doing what they ought to do. For instance, Ghana and Germany, they have a very good relationship, and there's political stability in Ghana as well as in Germany. As a Ghanaian, you might forgo every other Schengen country, but if you go to and apply to the German embassy, definitely your visa has a high chance of it being granted because of that stability and then that relationship. In Nigeria, if you're going to Maldives, for instance, because you don't need visa and the likes, there's that relationship because you don't need a visa to go into Maldives. Of recent, Canada and China, there's now this relationship. There's a political stability and then there's a relationship. As a Canada citizen, you don't need a visa to go to China, at least for a period of time. Same thing that goes with Brazil. We'll see what's happening in Mexico of recent. Yesterday, 2 days ago, there is not that stability in Mexico. So that is not making some countries to offer visa-free policies. China and Brazil, they signed an agreement. That's if you're Brazil national. Why didn't China go to Mexico? Of course, they're also in the same Caribbean, but there's not that political stability in that country. China and Nigeria, for instance, yes, Nigeria plays a major role when it comes to going to China than some African countries. But they are going to that relationship, I would say, is not really there yet. So political stability plays a huge role when it comes to how your country access every other country. If that is not there, or maybe that relationship is not there, visa policy tends to be very strict, tend to be almost impossible for your citizen to get access to. As a Ghanaian, you can actually go to Singapore. You don't actually need a visa because there's that relationship, and then they understand that, okay, yes, this economy is stable. Nigeria, on the other hand, you need a visa to go to Singapore. You cannot just even go and apply. If somebody over there is not standing in as for you as a guarantor, you cannot get access to it. So it really plays a major role when it comes to visa issuance, relationship, and then political stability.
Heartbroken by hearing this, that Ghana, our neighbors, have a lot of opportunities than the giant of Africa. So now, in an era of remote work and digital nomads, should countries actually redesign visa frameworks to attract long-stay visitors and global talent?
Yes, they should. They should. They should. Because the digital nomads, they're also there in your country to boost the economy, to increase the revenue. Giving them a long stay ensures that some of their businesses, some of their lives are not being just for a very short time and say, okay, fine, they really want to go. Portugal, for instance, understand that. Portugal welcomes the digital nomads. You can stay in their country. Malaysia did something like that. And so what is stopping us in Nigeria from doing that? Because these people, in as much as you look at it, they help the economy. They are stable here in Nigeria with the long visa process. We understand the fact that the current Minister of Aviation, the Minister of Interior, they're actually really working. I wouldn't lie. However, you see the aspect of the digital nomad, they should consider that and look into that, because those people help the economy to grow. They bring in their own revenue as well. So it is not something that they would just ignore and say, okay, fine, it's only for those that have work presence here in Nigeria. My work can take me outside. I might stay in a particular country for as long as 6 months, 7 months, and the likes. Of course, I'm paying rent. Where I'm staying is not for free. I'm paying rent. I'm going to the grocery store to buy some grocery. I'm paying for data. I'm doing it. So in as little as it is, it also adds to the economy of that country. So if you're saying, no, after your 1 month visit, after your 30 or your 2 weeks stay, pack your bag and go. And in the space of 6 months, and you don't have any other person able to replace that particular person, you've lost money in that aspect. It's something that they should really look at. And I don't think Nigeria as a whole has adopted the digital nomad system. But if it is something that the government is tilting towards, I would encourage that they do that, because it's really help and then boosts the economy.
So it's really, hearing you call the countries that Ghanaians can actually go visa free, and hearing the ones that Nigerian can go visa free, I'm seeing that a whole lot of difference. So can we be opportune to get to know the countries that Nigerians, the very good countries that Nigerians can go visa free and right about now? Can you do a little bit of a list?
Okay, for Nigeria can go visa free to some of the Asian countries. You have Maldives, you have, no, not Singapore. Nigeria can get e-visa to Qatar, e-visa to United Arab Emirates, which of course applies to Ghanaians. Nigeria can go to Dominican Republic. However, there is no flight connection. So when you see some country mentioned, Nigeria can come, Nigeria can go into, Nigeria can visit Fiji, Nigeria can visit Bermuda, Nigeria can go to Barbados, but there is no network. There's no direct flight. And you need a transit visa to go into this country. And that's the aspect of where you said political stability and relationship. This country, they don't have a good relationship with us. So they will not grant us their transit visa easily. So thereby limiting us with our network. I've seen some people say, why can't I go to Vietnam? Vietnam opened the e-visa policy for us. But because of some, I wouldn't say just Nigerians, African as a whole, they have to restrict that. Morocco, with your Nigerian passport hold, as a Nigerian passport holder, you have a UK, US, Schengen, you can get the e-visa, which of course is not applicable to other African countries. So it's it varies. There are some countries that Ghanaians they wish that they can travel to, and they don't have that relationship. Nigerians wish that they can travel to, they don't have that relationship. When it comes to, of course, the West African countries, Nigeria can actually go there. There's free movement. Kenya, it's visa free. You don't have anything. Uganda, it's the e-visa, which is very easy. Rwanda, because it's visa free. I'm talking about the East African country. Zambia, Zimbabwe, it applies to both Nigeria and Ghana. You can actually also visit there just with the e-visa. But student to us, Botswana, you need a referral visa to go there. If somebody is not standing, in for you, I don't know, can you see me? Hello?
I'm seeing you clearly.
Okay, if someone is not standing in for
you hear me?
Botswana, yeah, I can hear you.
And I can see you too. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, if someone is not standing in for you for Botswana, you can't visit the country. It doesn't apply to other African countries as well, just because of our passport holder. Then for China, of course, we can't go there. Even the Ghanaians, they can't go there as well. For Indonesia, it's still the same. We both apply, but more lesser visa policy for the Ghanaians as compared to Nigerians. For Thailand, yes, they have to come to Nigeria. Because of the e-visa that was introduced, Nigeria doesn't need to, but for the Ghanaians, they need to come to Nigeria to apply. So things like that, but just that I think very sure of the Singapore, the Hong Kong, they don't need to, but for Nigerians still need to. So Nigeria is climbing the ladder. We're doing very well as compared to other previous years. That is, Nigeria is climbing the ladder. Just need to, because most of these policies they change. I can go to Google and then I see that in Nigeria you don't need a visa to go to Fiji Island. And in a few months or a few weeks' time, you see that you need a visa. I'll give you a scenario. There's a particular time that one of our clients was supposed to go to Turkey. That's proud to when they introduced even if I thought you have the UK, US, you need to go to the embassy. This policy was changed while the client was on air. So policies change. And when they got in, they just said, sorry, that is the new policy that came in, because the client was actually flying from Australia to Turkey. So just the space of few hours, the client missed that. So policies change, policies change. We might be talking now and saying, for China, you need a referral letter, and in the next couple of seconds, minutes, they say that you don't need it. So policies actually change. So we as store operators, what we do is we educate the public daily about policies of each country. So it might be Singapore today, tomorrow, and then we'll have to go to that. So I will not really rely on Google for this information because of the fact that policy change, and then some instead of the e-visa, it's supposed to be visa on arrival, or instead of the visa on arrival, it's supposed to be e-visa. So you just need, when you go into the country's website, and be able to know and understand the visa-free countries that both countries can go to.
Okay. So now, if you were given an opportunity,
tickets, and I would ensure that countries that are beneficial to us business-wise and then travelers enjoy going to, I will establish a relationship with them. The e-visa policy for Nigeria, of course, is a seamless process. Since the new Minister of Interior came in, there have been changes. Now you can even apply your Nigerian visa within few hours, you get the visa, which is very commendable. When I thought of building a relationship, ensuring that there are some association in Nigeria that if you don't belong to as an individual, you have to go through them. Why are you going through them? It's not because of the fact that you cannot just wake up one morning and then go apply for your visa. But these people understand the issue of if you don't come back, there's going to be a penalty. Let me give you an instance. In Israel, tour operators over there, before they can stand in for you, they tell that you need to pay. If you're bringing people in, you need to pay $15,000 for the group. If any member of your team abscond, that money is as good as gone. If I am in duty, I would establish that. Qatar said, before you can come into our country, you need to go through some people that you can apply your visa through and then book your hotel and all that. Not because they are trying to limit you from coming to their country. They are trying to ensure that you come in and then you go back. If I impose a fine, you're taking people to China, you're taking people to Hong Kong, there is some level of, you will be very careful because you wouldn't want to tarnish the name of the company and you might also get your license seized. In Singapore, if you as a tour operator, some individuals, they come into the country through you and they didn't go, they will seize your license for life. So if you understand the fact that I might be out of business, definitely you want to protect your business. So if I'm saying to say, okay, fine, a duty, I would impose that and then build that relationship with these countries. What I'm talking about the airlines is, I'm traveling from US JFK to Nigeria, and the fare is 1 million naira. And then I'm going from Lagos, Nigeria to JFK, and the fare is 3 million naira. So what is happening? The airlines need to be called to order. Number one, I know that yes, there are policies and then there are taxes. If there are some taxes that have been eliminated, I'm sure that the airline will not charge as much as that. So I will look into that. Work together with the airlines. Air France, KLM, they will tell you once you miss your flight, that ticket is non-refundable. Turkish will say that ticket is non-refundable. This is for Nigeria, if you're traveling from Nigeria. And I go to Vietnam and I'm buying a ticket. The same KLM that told me in Nigeria I can't change my ticket, the same KLM will be telling me that I can change my ticket. So where is that coming from? Ghana, our neighbor here, you want to travel and they're telling you that this is the price of fare. Okay, and then when you calculate the route, and then the same Nigeria, the price is like 2, 3, 4 times. I need to sit down with the airline. What is the issue? Like I said, I understand the fact that there might be some taxes, but that does not mean that the price will be above this. No, we have low, we have high season. That is understandable. So the relationship, the integration within with the airlines, with the countries is very, very key. And then ensuring the fact that some individual that will be held responsible if somebody goes to that country and overstays. Or maybe someone comes in and say, okay, there is work visa in the particular country. You don't do your due diligence. You take people, children out. They are being involved in so many things. You as an individual, you're going to be held responsible. I would ensure that. So if you're saying you're doing anything, you have to do it legitimately and the right means. Because this
We've been talking to Tina Wanya. She is a senior travel consultant in Jet Tours. Thank you so much, Tina. I'm unable to hear you right now, but I just want to appreciate you. You've given us so much information in this visa policy topic we spoke on today on Business Money. Thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate you. Now, that is it for Business Money today. We want to thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are always stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story coming up after now, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you for staying with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to fund it.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to reinvent market trends. The app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
Context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper. Decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead.
This is a big story segment, and
Business
I
Day
am Deborah
Premium.
Eze.
Read deeper.
Today we're
Decide
examining
smarter.
the Senate's decision to remove mandatory
They say
real-time
money
electronic
never
transmission
sleeps.
of
Wake
election
up to
results
clarity,
from the Electoral
insights, and
Act
the
Amendment
stories
Bill.
driving
The
business
move
in
that
Nigeria
sparked protests,
and
political
beyond.
backlash,
From the
and
heartbeat
fresh
of small
concerns
and
about the
medium
credibility
enterprises
of Nigeria's
to the
election.
pulse of
The
national
amendment affects
economic
Clause
policy.
60 under
This
the
is
revised
where
provision.
business meets
Results will be
perspective.
electronically
With
transmitted to the
expert
IRF
guests,
portal only
real-time
after Form
analysis, and
EC8A
stories that
is
matter
signed
to
and
you.
stamped.
We
Where
go
electronic
beyond
transmission fails
headlines
due
to
to
bring
technical
you
or
the
network
full
challenges,
picture.
physical results sheet
Join
will
us
serve
every morning
as the
as we
primary
break down
source
the
for
numbers,
collation.
decode the
Now the Senate
policies,
session
and
was tense,
spotlight the
featuring
people
motions
shaping our
to
economy.
rescind earlier
This
decisions and
is
interventions for
Business
Senate President Godswill Akpabio. And outside the chamber, protests intensified
We
with
are
figures
not
such
just
as Peter
showing
Obi,
off businesses,
Obi Ezekwesili,
but
Rotimi
telling
Amechi,
the
and
stories
civil
behind
society
them.
groups
The
calling
hustle,
for mandatory
the art,
real-time transmission.
the orders,
And as the bill
and
moves
doing.
towards
Startup
harmonization
Spotlight,
with the House of
showing every
Representatives
Monday
and eventual
on Business
presidential
Day
assent,
television.
Nigerians
Welcome
are
to the
watching
Triumph Against
closely.
Odd podcast.
And joining
Most
us
people
now
go through
is
their lives
public
without knowing
affairs
what their
analyst
superpower is,
Damian
right? But if
Ajayi.
you
Good
find, if
morning,
you're lucky
Damian.
enough
It's good to have
and
you
determined enough
on
to
the
find
big
your
story.
superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing
All right, let's go
is you
straight
just
into
decide
it. In clear
not to look
terms,
at the
what exactly
challenges.
did the Senate change in
Because if
Clause
you do,
60,
it's
and why has it
going
become
to
so controversial?
end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background.
If you can hear me, I'm going to take that
Which is,
again. I said
a bit of
in
a
clear
never say
terms,
die
what
background.
exactly did the Senate
I
change
saw an
in
opportunity
Clause 60, and why has it
in
become so
non-interest banking.
controversial?
And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And
Yes, I
felt
can
that
hear
if
you.
we
Can
did
you hear
it
me now?
properly, if we brought in professionalism
All right, it's very
into
good to have you. Thank you for your time.
if we brought in our experiences.
All right,
various
so let's go
experiences of
straight
various
into it. I
backgrounds,
was speaking about the
Very few
Senate's
people do
change
that
in
because
Clause
very few
30.
people
So
explore
what
this stuff out.
exactly
They just
did they
explore
change in
bread
that
and butter
clause, and
issues
why
that
has
you
it
need to
become
eat,
so
and, you know.
controversial?
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
many years we talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that.
So as you say,
So
and
what
I
is
agree,
further an issue now is whether it should be real-time
we should commend the
electronic
government. At
transmission
least revenues are
or
not
just like the
falling.
Senate
There have been times in the past when we
provided in
recorded
the
drops in
amendment
revenue.
bill.
That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going
It
up.
provides
Increasingly,
to
we can see the
whereby
developed countries
electronic
focusing
transmission,
on
and where that
renewable
is not
energy
possible,
and so on and so
you
forth,
have
which means that in
the
the long
manual
run,
transmission
we must
or any
look for
manner
alternative
prescribed by the
sources
Commission.
All right, so do
So,
you think that
the government
moving
says
mandatory
that
real-time electronic
crude oil
transmission
theft
would
has
weaken the credibility of
essentially
Nigeria's election?
come to an end?
We need to
well,
do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream
But then
industries.
the concern has also been that from the
Stay
polling unit
ahead
to the
with Business Day
collation,
Mobile, your gateway to
center,
Nigeria's
that is
most
where you
trusted business
have,
news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day
duplication,
Mobile
the
app, you
mutilation,
enjoy
and
more than just news. You gain a
whatever
seamless,
irregularities
intuitive platform
that
designed to
occur.
keep you
So
informed and
this,
empowered.
it is
From
believed that
exclusive
when
articles to in-depth
there's
market trends,
electronic
the app
transmission
delivers
real
the
time,
stories that
it
matter
will
most.
reflect what is
Why Business Day
from
Mobile?
ECHA
For premium
and
access,
what
for a
is
clean, responsive
eventually
design, for smarter navigation, for
transferred to
customizable
the
apps, and for all-in-one
collation
business
officer,
hub.
returning
Whether you're a
officer.
business leader,
So,
investor,
the Senate,
policymaker,
they've
or
cited
enthusiast,
network
Business
failures,
Day Mobile
and
brings
also
you
communication.
closer
Do you think
to the
that
insights
is
shaping
a
Nigeria's
legitimate
business
technical
landscape.
concern, or
Download
is it
today and put
political
authoritative business journalism right
Well,
at your fingertips.
I mean,
Anytime,
just like
anywhere.
I said, it's of concern because if you look at the Supreme Court judgment, what the Supreme Court judgment said in Obi and INEC and in Atiku and INEC 2023 was simple that there was no provision in the Electoral Act mandating the presiding officer to transmit the results electronically, And if you read it together with the INEX regulation and guideline for the conduct of, election 2022, you will see that electronic transmission and manual transmission, are used interchangeably, so you can do one of the two. But the concern now is that the concern is that electronic transmission of results should be in the Electoral Act, making it a ground under Section 134, if you want to challenge results for non-compliance of the Electoral Act.
All right, so if physical results sheets actually becomes the primary fallback, how do we prevent, tampering and post-election disputes?
Well, no election is perfect everywhere in the world, but then I think so far we if you look at our electoral law and history, you see from 2001 to 2002 to 2006 to 2007 to electoral 2010, first alteration, second alteration, third alteration, 2015 amendments, then 2022, as we have it now. So you see, changes keep coming now and then. But I think primarily that this one will take us to the next level. I mean, if the National Assembly can come out with a framework or an amendment, that that reflects the yearnings of Nigerians in respect to electronic transmission of results, in respect to punishment for electoral offenses, in respect to, other key issues. So I think generally electronic transmission of results would help, will help in making our elections more credible and free and fair.
All right, so critics have come out to say that this amendment benefits the incumbent. So do you believe politics is driving this decision more than policy?
I don't know why they are saying that, but I don't think that it's only the incumbent that is contesting election, because I mean you're talking about the general elections and you're talking about elections taking place, everywhere. I mean, you're talking about 170, well, 174,000 polling units all over Nigeria. And I mean, that is a lot. So I think it's not just the incumbents. I mean, everybody's concerned. And I think that, election is just, um, around the corner. And I think the INEC should have a framework upon which they can work. But beyond that, I don't think so. I think that it is important we look at the issues holistically and see how we can, work with a framework, that would ensure transparency, accountability, and a free and fair election. Because election is key to democratic, growth and development.
All right, let's now talk about the scale of public protests. Now, do you think that it reveals what Nigerians are, or the trust the Nigerians have in the electoral system?
I mean, the trust is low. As sadly, it is low. Of course, because of our previous elections, we saw what happened. In 2023, in 2019, we saw what happened, and we saw the pronouncements. We saw the pronouncements. We saw the pronouncements. We saw the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. So I think that Nigerians just want a framework that is clear, non-ambiguous, and very direct. So they don't want the issue of, electoral act, is not in line with the rules and regulations of INEC or the manual guidelines. So, they just want, key issues to be addressed. They believe that technology will address that. They believe that, okay, there are inputs that can be made, So I think that the yearnings of Nigerians are very, very cogent, and I believe that, their protest, is as a result of their yearnings and what they want. And I think that it can be accommodated, it can be looked into, and I think that at the end of the day, I mean, a framework can be built around consensus. And at the end of the day, it's for a better Nigeria.
Right. So do you think that this amendment would give INEC too much discretion over how the results are transmitted and verified?
Yeah, I think so. Because if you look at the Senate bill, the Senate bill, because where you have a proviso in a provision, a proviso, overrides the main clause, because now it goes back to say that, look, the presiding officer shall transmit results, electronically, provided that where there are network issues, the presiding officer can do it manually. So these are clauses. So, it's the same thing that happened during the card reader, that was introduced in 2015, and the voters register, So these are concerns. So you saw that people abandoned the card reader and went for the incident form. So these are issues. So I think that such discretions, can give room for corruption, and I think it's essential that people have reasons to worry.
So let's now compare global best practices. Do you think Nigeria is actually moving forward, or we are still backward when it comes to electoral transparency?
Well, I don't think we are backward. Just like I gave history of where we're coming from. We're coming from, we started from in the democratic dispensation, 2001, 2002, 2006. We had, 2010. Electoral Act 2010, First Amendment, first alteration, second alteration, third alteration. So we've developed over the years, I mean, if you look at the 2010, if you look at the 2010, if you look at the 2010, you saw, the innovations, in Section 160, in Section 84, in Section 156, Section 84 saying that, INEC should be funded, from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Section 160, INEC should be empowered to make laws and regulation regarding the election. Section 156, INEC, officials should be banned from, being members of political parties. There are a lot of reforms that have taken place, over the years, and I think that we are moving. I don't think we are stagnant. I think we are moving. Yes, are we there yet? No, but then there's so much that can be done. But I think that because even if you look at these new amendments, I mean, these proposed amendments, you see clause 22, clause 28, clause 29, in respect to, submission of candidates, in respect to notice of election, in respect to, offenses, selling and buying of PVCs and offenses, so you see these are issues. So I think we're moving on, and I think that if you look at it holistically from where we started from, since 1999, if you look at the history of our electoral laws, I think that we can say there has been substantial improvements.
All right, so as the bill adds to the conference committee and the president also, is there still a chance that this clause could change again?
Yes, it should change because the Senate's provision, the Senate's amendment, the wordings of the Senate's amendment, is different from the House of Reps. And I think that there's need for them to come together, to reward it, But I don't think that, the Senate's provision, really captured the yearnings of Nigerians because they were, because if you look at, the wordings, you see that the proviso overrides, the main clause. And when you have that in law, it's one leg in, one leg out. I think, importantly, what they should look at is okay, because let's be fair, it's possible that electoral transmission may have network challenges because we are talking about uploading and transmission of results. It's possible, but let it be a discretion. Let it be a discretion that is regulated. For instance, I would think that, look, the proviso will be provided that where the presiding officer cannot, transfer results electronically based on communication or network, challenges, the presiding officer, in concurrence with the security agents and party agents, in writing, will agree to transmit it manually. So it doesn't give the presiding officer the overriding discretion. It guides that discretion, with other stakeholders, the security agencies, the polling agents, the political parties and their polling agents present in writing so that they can say, oh, truly, there are communication challenges. Truly, there are network issues. But you can't just say that, So I think they should look into that, basically, and see how they can, reduce that discretionary powers in a way that it is regulated. And but whether they do that or not, they still have to send it to the president for assent. So which has to be done, which assent has to be given or not given within 30 days. So my concern is the timeline, the timeline that we have, after the harmonization, they come together, they pass it, then they transmit it to the president who has 30 days. So we do not have all the time. INEC now should have a clear legal framework upon which they are going to conduct election. So, it's really a twist in the pan for me.
All right, so finally, before I let you go, Mr. Damian, if the 2027 elections are disputed and disputed under this framework that we are speaking about, who should be held accountable?
Well, if they are disputed, there are different grounds of disputing election results. It could be overvoting, it could be non-compliance with the Electoral Act, it could be violence and all that. And all these grounds have their procedures, I think that if the elections are disputed based on transmission or of results, I think it would be to the interpretation of the wordings of the provisions in the amended bill, which will perhaps later become the act. Well, I think that the Supreme Court is clear. The Supreme Court has always been clear that only Section 134 of the Electoral Act states that only non-compliance with the Electoral Act can form a ground for non-compliance of the Electoral Act. So, however, what we are saying is that at the end of the day, we want a clear provision to guide electronic transmission so that the courts can, adjudicate, judicially and judiciously.
All right, thank you so much, Damian Ajayi. We were on to him, and he is a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being on The Big Story.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, the breakfast show continues with the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with me, Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm in conversations with the co-founder and the managing director of TTP, which is a tech solution company focusing on logistics and mobility and making use of technology to transform the face of transportation in Nigeria. I'm excited for this conversation today, and I'm sure Mr. Jamal is also excited. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, sir.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Thanks for coming.
I really like the work that you do with TTP, which is Truck Transit Parks, obviously. Talk to us about where you're coming from and where you are now.
So Truck Transit Parks, which we are rebranding to TTP now, began as a technology company that wanted to change the narrative about ports and truck traffic congestion. About 15 years ago, the Nigerian government concessioned the terminals within the ports. So they moved from being run by the Nigerian Ports Authority to being run by private operators. These private operators needed to have space where they can stock containers and other goods that come in, and the ones that are also being taken out of the country. But as the ports have not been expanded since they were built in the 1930s, and as our road infrastructure have also not been expanded, the result naturally was congestion, as our increased import and increased population generated more traffic than the ports could handle. Between 2017 and 2019, we had a lot of congestion here in Apapa and Tinkan Island. And as a company, we felt that the use of technology could help to solve that truck traffic problem that looked endemic. So we designed a solution that is both local and also has international appeal. We called it ATO. It is a traffic management and scheduling application that enables all the stakeholders within the maritime environment to plan their movement and plan their operations in one single app. So whether you are a terminal operator, you are expecting a certain traffic of trucks in a day to evacuate or to bring in cargo to the port, or you are a transporter who has gotten a business or businesses to move cargo into and out of the port, or you are a shipping agent who has cleared goods that are either leaving the country or coming into the country, A2 provides you a platform to plan the movement of the trucks that are going to form part of your operations day by day. So with this, we're now able to manage the congestion. I used to see 7,500 trucks a day lined up and finding it difficult to move, to now being able to shift that traffic away from the road into what is called satellite truck parks and pre-gates. From here, the trucks are now able to move into their respective ports and terminal destinations.
I'm also curious to know, because for decades we've known the Apapa, Tinkan environment to be congestion reading. So how was ATO able to transform this? I'm hoping that has been transformed, I believe, from what you're saying. So how are you able to achieve that? What was the biggest mindset shift?
Okay, so the biggest mindset shift was that we're going to move from manual operations, manual traffic management, manual data collection to digital. That was the critical shift in mindset that was necessary. The second was that every stakeholder were going to be assigned roles, and those roles are going to be monitored. And as long as each stakeholder perform their roles that they've been assigned, we're going to have sanity on the road by way of freedom of movement instead of traffic congestion. The third was that we needed hard infrastructure, and this hard infrastructure included parking lots for these vehicles, for these trucks. So when you combine technology, which is represented by the ATO app, stakeholder collaboration, which means that every stakeholder, whether you are the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Lagos State Government, police, last mile terminal operators, shipping agents, drivers, transporters, everyone had a role to play in managing the daily traffic of trucks into the port. And then you have infrastructure where the trucks that hit ATO were on the road will now need to go into those parking facilities until they are needed at their respective terminals. This was what had to be done. This was the mindset shift that needed to happen for us to tame the tiger of truck and port congestion to the order and sanity that we have today.
And many people still see ATO as just a call-up app. How do you really describe what it is that ATO is, especially as a foundational infrastructure that you created?
So ATO is an economic driver. It is not just a traffic management app. Why I say it's an economic driver is that Nigerian economy is dependent on a lot of things that happen in the ports. And there are a lot of agencies that drive what happens in the ports, especially as it comes to cargo clearance, payments being made to the federal government, and data gathering. So you have the customs, for example. We have integrated our ATO app with the NXP that is managed by customs and the CBN. NXP simply means Nigerian Export Proceeds. So if you have any export, like you are moving out of the country, there's a certain payment you make to the federal government. Before now, trying to inspect that cargo, assess what needs to be paid, make the payments used to take a lot of time in the ports, creating in-terminal congestion, which means the truck that has come into the port needs to go through these processes before it can then offload its cargo and it is shipped. We've taken that out of the port, working with the Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Ports Authority. And those activities are now performed outside of the port before the trucks get into the port corridor. ATO is at the center of that. We call these facilities export processing terminals. So ATO has been integrated with the CBN Export Process platform and the export processing terminals established by MPA to ensure that these economic activities that sometimes delay the movement of cargo and trucks is now conducted outside of the economic zone. Now, with ATO integrating all of these processes, you have a faster movement of cargo and trucks that are bearing exports from their points of origination to the destination terminals. So ATO is doing more than simply managing traffic. It is coordinating, and it's a hub for economic activities managed by digital technology.
I like how you've already just well captured the fact that it's a hub that manages, economic activities. But one thing that TTP does is, it works as basically an intersection between government and the private sector.
Right.
And it's a partnership model that's quite interesting. What would you say this partnership model has achieved that couldn't have been achieved alone with just the government or just the private sector?
For quite a number of years, we tried to engage with private operators. We tried to engage with some of the transport unions. We approached some of the tank farm operators, some of the downstream petroleum operators to provide a service, a digital service that can enable them move their trucks and move their cargo faster. But adoption was slow because the question was, so if we engage you to do this for us, we are still going to share the road with other operators who are not your customers, whom you have no control over. So how are you going to ensure that while we follow this process, that we are not now going to be stuck by others who are not following the same process? So that means you needed a big brother who would tell everybody, come under this umbrella. And that was where the government came in. The government said, hey, all of you operators must go through this platform for you to perform this operation or perform or receive this service. So by having a government partner in who has the resource of the law and the power of enforcement behind them, they can then make sure that that innovation, which we are responsible for, is now implemented across board, not in silos, not for certain stakeholders and not for others. So that is why it is important to have private innovation, which we are bringing through ATO and supplementary solutions, and also the government big brother capability that ensures that everybody falls in line and complies. And that has been part of the critical success factors for it.
I imagine that scaling a system as this would have been very challenging,
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome to the social listening segment of a Business Day television breakfast show. I am Destiny Momo, not here alone. I'm here with... Yeah.
Let's see what's going on in the social listening world.
Exactly. Now, going straight into the conversations, Nigerians are engaging with online today. Right. So now, the first conversation gaining attention this morning is the former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai filing a 1 billion naira fundamental rights enforcement suit against the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, over the alleged unlawful invasion of his Abuja residence. El-Rufai, through his team of lawyers, actually led by Oluwole Iyamu, SAN, is challenging the validity of a search warrant issued on February 4 by the Chief Magistrate of the Magistrate Court of the FCT, listed as the second respondent in the suit. Now, in the originating motion on notice, the former governor sued ICPC as the first respondent, while the Chief Magistrate Court of the FCT, Abuja Magisterial District, Inspector General of Police, and the Attorney General of the Federation were named as second to fourth respondents, respectively. Now, before we see tweets to this effect, what do you see about this whole back and forth with, El Rufai and the 1 billion naira, lawsuit? Is this a kind of the distraction against, what has, what is happening, to his personality, the back and forth with EFCC?
You see me smiling, right?
Yeah.
So the smile is not out of something that's amusing me. It's not a smile of unbelievable, back and forth.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's good that this kind of thing can hit the media. It simply makes us give a pat on our back that we're doing our job.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of...
honestly speaking, people back will want to know. And I'm sure the questions you want to ask most definitely will be, as we've had an open line, will be, are we seeing a distraction, like you said it?
Yes.
Are we? I think we are seeing a distraction. However, it falls within his rights also, right, to sue anyone who infringes on his fundamental human rights. And in this case, right, if those who came to search his house did not get proper documentation and warrant to search his house, they're in for a shocker, because knowing who he is, El Rufai is not a small fish.
At all.
And let's don't forget in a hurry. In many ways, right, he has governed the state before. He has been within the four
this man has been a minister, has been a governor for 8 years.
Imagine. So I think whether or not the validity of the warrant is questionable, that might not come into play, because whoever it is that is championing that could have done all their due diligence. But the thing is, he also will want to have his day in court.
Of course.
He wouldn't want to just go there like he's a big fish.
Just to make it easy for them.
Yes, most definitely. So most definitely, whoever it is that went to his house to go and search his house definitely had a search warrant. They can't make that kind of mistake.
Without a warrant.
But the search warrant, did it go through due process? If there is one thing that makes it, that shines a light on some shady dealings around that paper, look, he might win that case.
Sure.
But 1 billion, again, I mean, truth be told, whoever it is, the judge will be, whichever judge that handles the case, truly speaking, will, even if he comes out victorious, will not award any 1 billion. We know that. But is it his right to actually sue for infringement upon his fundamental human right? Most definitely it is. And then lawyers out there will agree to say, okay, even though I'm not a lawyer myself, but these are the things that anyone out there should know. We all have GK, general knowledge.
All right, noted. So Valentine has spoken, so let's see tweets to this effect. Yes, from OP Jiri, he says ICPC should not be intimidated, by this. If they followed procedure, they have nothing to worry about. And if they did not follow procedure, they deserve to be held accountable for that. But investigation into El Rufai's time as governor should continue regardless.
Most definitely.
And that's what Jerry said from
Ademola. And public money
cannot
be misused
at all. Now from Ademola, he said that this case raises important questions about the balance between anti-corruption enforcement and individual rights. Now, even in the fight against corruption, agencies must follow due process and respect constitutional projections, or even risk undermining public trust in the system. Yeah. Now, from Asan Jeffrey said that, why is the ICPC still keeping El Rufai without charge for so long now?
That's the point.
He said, we thought they had all their facts. Do you investigate before detention, or you simply arrest, then begin to investigate? Both the EFCC and the ICPC have failed to pin anything against him. the guy is squeaky clean.
On the contrary.
And he says, we hope Tinubu can say the same, because this will definitely go round.
So, I mean, I don't know if I have more tweets, but for what it is, it is social listening, right? We listen to what they have to say, and then we come and talk about it, present it to the public. In presenting this last guy's comment, look, he's not the court of law. He's not a lawyer. I don't see.
So whatever his opinion does not really count.
It doesn't count. But when you say someone is squeaky clean, everyone is innocent until proven guilty by the court of law, and not any kind of kangaroo court in this kind of high-profile arrest. However, questions need to be asked. Answers need to be gotten for those questions. Which is this: can we see proper transparency, even though the case that we're talking about lacks transparency? Can we see that? Because it is in those issues is the reason why they arrested him in the first place. The amount of money that didn't go through due process
during governance, right?
Exactly. So all that now has now brought the whole thing to light, whereby he's now kept under the sun to dry. However, you cannot. I mean, we run a democratic dispensation in our country.
Definitely,
it's not a dictatorship. You can't move into someone's house, search his house and do all that if you don't have a warrant. So can we hear from EFCC, hear from ICPC to now know truly, oh wait, so we had a warrant, but so thing happened, or no, we are good to go. So let him go and see if he likes, but distraction will not.
This RFI's case is very interesting. Being that this guy is a powerhouse in governance. So whatever is happening now we all know why it's happening.
Most definitely.
In order for us to just leave a little bit of fact on that, let's go to the second conversation, which says that the Lagos state government has approved a 13% increase in fares on bus rapid transit, which is a BRT, and other standard bus routes across the state. Now, the decision was approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu following appeals from regulated public transport operators who raised concerns about the rising cost of running their services. Now, according to a statement shared by the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, the fare adjustment will affect all bus reform initiative schemes, including BRT and standard routes. Now, the new fares will, however, take effect from Monday, March the 2nd, 2026. Wow. Somebody actually said this morning that this government is actually making things a bit more difficult for the masses, because now I understand where the fare hike is coming from. They actually want good maintenance for the bus. Things have actually skyrocketed, but I think it's really easy for the masses. Don't forget that this BRT route is where people are running to say, this one is still fair on us, so this one is still helping us, and that's why they don't complain. But now this is now meeting up what is going on. So how will the poor masses, or the general masses, people that are staying in far-reaching areas, get to town easily, with this increase?
Destiny, it is what it is. We can't. So we are part of the system, you and I.
Exactly.
Every now and then we ply the road. Whether or not we use BRT, we still make use of the road that the government has put in place and all that stuff. But let's not look at it from the angle of clarity. When there is an increase, they are going up, first and foremost, they are going about it the right way. By putting out a press release. And not just you go in there with your card and you press and realize
and then seeing that there's a change.
Exactly. They are giving, so I must give kudos to Lagos.
They're giving ample time to notifications.
Most definitely. I must give kudos to Lagos State government, right? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thumbs up. Why? Because they give you ample time. So if you want to go and question it, if you want to go and protest, whatever, they give you ample time and tell you, so time is going to start, which is what any responsible government should do. So kudos, Lagos State government. That is one. Secondly, the efficiency so far of BRT and every other.
Has it been consistent?
I would say yes. I've used BRT before, where I realized, look, you know what? I don't think I can drive today. I park my vehicle, I just simply walk to BRT, and I want to use BRT because I know they have a BRT lane that will take me there on time.
But of course.
But I also realized another thing. The fact that their efficiency and the way they do things right? Your calorie card. Look, I had a calorie card for a while. And when I went and then used it after like 6 months, it still worked. I was like, this is good.
Wow.
You know, what does it tell you?
So you were impressed by the
I
service?
was impressed, right? Not as if they're 100%, but for what it is, they have been delivering. So when you now come and tell me you want to increase it, you realize most Lagosians might not complain much. Why? Because so far they've been meeting the needs of Lagos people.
So it's been consistent, and the services are so good.
Exactly.
So the increase
might be welcome.
Might be welcome
because they need to do.
Okay, but you, this is coming from you. But then let's see what the tweets. Let's see what the tweets have, regarding to this. Okay, from Thank God, Chidima says, I don't think increasing the fare is the solution. You guys should adopt world best practices in mass transit management, maintenance, and route optimization. You don't maintain your buses at all. Also, renewable energy like CNG and electric buses is the future.
Which buses has she been entering? Has she been using BRT? Because if she tells me, right, now I'm not conversing, I'm not an advocate, or I'm not defending the Lagos State government. I'm only saying what we see as reporters, as journalists.
So they maintain these buses?
I have entered those buses, and out of 10,
the air conditioning units are still
9 of them are in good condition. The driver doesn't hassle you and all those things that you see when you enter normal commercial buses.
Okay, that's from your point of view, that's from your route that you're coming from.
Exactly.
Okay, now the real Kubi said that burden them with more hike in price, not any way concerned about the people's welfare. I wonder what their sole responsibility is in that office they occupy. And another tweet from Ifeanyi Ifobi says, you are increasing price while deploying old buses with no air conditioning. Overloading remains a problem, and yet you are putting out a statement saying another thing. I wish Lagosians would just boycott your buses. Now, there is no difference between the so-called BRT buses and the yellow buses we are used to.
On the contrary, Destiny, you know, this person just speaking from an angle of emotions, looking for who to throw the wrench in an engine and cause unnecessary problems. Like I said, we're not here to now say, oh, you know what, we're defending the government. We are looking at facts. We have done documentaries. I've done documentary on BRT before, right, during, and presently right now. And from my own statistics, people I've spoken to, right, did questionnaires, and they tell you 90% of them, I told you, look, BRT guys are delivering, but these are the challenges. They are not 100%, right? This is just my own findings.
But it is a big relief to the masses,
everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but haven't done the report. What is my own finding? My finding is that out of 100%, they are delivering, say, 60%.
But the 13% increase, do you think it's doable, or do you think it should come down a bit to like 5%?
I can't speak for everyone, because not everybody has that money to pay. Remember, I said that out of experience, this period when I parked my vehicle, I said I want to use BLT just to get that experience. Ask questions. Get in there, my cameraman. Just ask questions, and you will realize that, look, are they delivering? Yes, but are there some challenges? There are some challenges. Of course, you have some broken down buses. You know, like I said, I'm not being paid for it, but I'm just saying what we have seen there. As broadcasters as we are, if you see something, it will be bad of you to say something else. Try to run down the government when you know they are delivering. However, there's space for them to do better.
So but I think that a lot of people still like the services. They don't drive because the BRT buses are actually serving them. I think they can do more so that more cars can be at home while, people take advantage.
That's why they need that percentage increase. However, I know it's going to bite the pockets of Nigerians, but for things to get better,
but things are not getting easier for Nigerians. But at the same time, I think Nigerians are meeting up somehow. But I just pray, it will be on a level playing ground for everyone. Exactly. Now, the third trending conversation this morning is President Bola Tinubu's pledge that the establishment of state police to combat insecurity would no longer be postponed. Now, speaking at an interfaith breaking of fast and with governors and senior officials at Presidential Banquet Hall, Abuja, assured Nigerians that his administration's promised to tackle insecurity through state policing remained on track. Now, addressing the governors, Tinubu said security remains the bedrock of economic growth and social stability, adding that the proposed state police framework was driven by practical necessity rather than political calculation. Now, before we see tweets to this effect, what do you think of this? We know that insecurity is too much. We heard about what happened in Kwara the other day. We heard about it. Now, we're not talking about 10 people that died. And even for the better part of it, we are not even hearing about a lot of this insecurity that is going on. But the ones that we hear about, what is being done about it? Truly, insecurity is still loud. I had a debate between Sheilo and somebody else. I mean, you know, on the social media space. And the guy was talking about insecurity, that the governor, this present tenure, this present government hasn't really helped in terms of insecurity.
Well, again,
which is the most important function of the government.
So this issue regarding insecurity, like some will say it's either near here or there, but I would say for the longest time we've had continuous killings, and nobody wants to celebrate killings. Nobody will feel safe when you have constant killings and lives and livelihoods are not being protected.
Exactly.
Yes, we know this. But let us now say something, and this is we just striking it at the middle.
Yeah.
If, for instance, our personnel, the military, the Navy, you know, and the Air Force are sitting on their hands and not doing anything, do you think we still have a country? Let's be honest.
Things would have been escalated.
Exactly.
More
Because what I'm saying so is that, you see, Nigerians were very emotional.
True.
People are quick to jump on social media and say, oh, Nigeria is this and demarket Nigeria. I keep on saying that the only country I know that I love and I respect is the country that I am a citizen of.
Exactly.
I don't have dual citizenship. Let's be honest. You travel abroad, you see how they treat us back and forth.
Exactly.
And we know we have our problems in Nigeria. We have problems of of insecurity, problems of corruption.
Sure.
But I tell you, there are some countries that Nigeria is still better than.
I haven't said that. You're actually making a very valid point. But let's see tweets to this effect. So yeah, because of time.
So I think for the tweets come, so just so people get to understand, okay, tweets are here already.
Now, we're seeing that Perry Blog says that what exactly has the announcement of state police changed? Bandits are still operating freely. Terrorists are still striking at will. Communities are still living in fear. So where is the impact? You made the announcement with fanfare, but on the ground, nothing has shifted. Not safety, not response time, not confidence in security.
You know what I think? Before you go ahead, I think people who get on social media to tweet and send all that stuff, they forget that whenever they send anything, it doesn't just end in their room. The whole world sees it. Exactly. Can we also begin to say, if you're going to tweet or you're going to use X or whatever it is, drop your location so we'll now know. We can't have somebody who's in America send something and say Nigeria is not a safe place. Meanwhile, you're not on ground.
Yes,
we have our challenges.
Exactly. Senator Idris Haruna said that state police has been talked about for years. If President Bola Tinubu is serious about not postponing it, Nigeria will welcome the move. But this time, it must go beyond promises. What people want to see is real implementation and real security on the ground.
Spoken like a mature
exactly. Now, because the guy is actually speaking from he's actually making sense actually. But then because of time, I think we just these are just the stories that we can take as Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for actually watching Social Listening on Business Day Television. I remain Destiny Mama, and with me is
of course Onyeka Valentine.
Of course, thank you. Join us next time. Good morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business,
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live from the Business Day Television studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Glory Brown Odibu. Now let's take a look at the major business headlines. NNPC profit hide 6.3 trillion naira liability risk. Federal government targets $5.7 billion China investment deal. Gencos dumps Presidency's 2.8 trillion naira debt deal. Fresh loans. Federal government domestic debt jumps to 77 trillion naira. Also, 68.83 trillion naira growth drives capital markets GDP contribution to 33%. We'll begin today's Business News Hour with development from Nigeria, where the National Petroleum Company Limited has posted its strongest financial performance in recent years, reporting sustained profit growth and double-digit revenue expansion. However, new findings suggest underlying risk beneath the headline figures. The company recorded a profit after tax of 4.6 trillion naira in 2024, up from 3.3 trillion naira a year earlier. Revenue surged 32% to 31.5 trillion naira, with projections of 5.1 trillion naira in earnings on 35.2 trillion naira revenue in 2025. Profit margins held steady at 40%, drawing favorable comparisons with other African state-owned oil firms. Analysts warned that subsidy receivables and mounting obligations could crash flow sustainability, urging stakeholders to look beyond headline profitability. And meanwhile, the federal government has intensified talks to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic investment from China, targeting key sectors of the economy. In a statement issued in Abuja, the Ministry of Finance said the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, received a delegation from GCL Group led by Orji Uzokalu. The proposed investments are expected to span power generation, mining and industrial manufacturing, including large-scale energy projects, mineral processing, and new factories to boost job and export. The ministry said the discussions align with the ongoing economic reforms under Bola Ahmed Tinubu, reflecting growing investor confidence in Nigeria's policy direction. Officials added that the talks support the government strategy to shift from raw materials export to domestic production, strengthen energy security, and drive long-term economic growth. In other development, the Association of Power Generation Companies has rejected claims that 2.8 trillion naira represent a newly verified and final statement of legal debt owed to electricity generation companies, describing the report as inaccurate and misleading. In a statement issued in Abuja, the Association Chief Executive Officer Joy Ogaji said the figures did not emerge from any officially concluded reconciliation process and challenged those behind the claim to publish their audit findings. A response followed a media report that Bola Ahmed Tinubu approved 2.8 trillion naira as the federal government verified liability for accumulated electricity subsidies dating back to 2010, reflecting a 6 trillion naira claim by the operators. Ogaji maintained that the obligations arose from bilateral agreements within the Nigerian electricity supply industry framework. She added that any reconciliation must follow transparent procedures based on metered generation, dispatched energy, invoicing, and settlement reports. Also, Nigerians' domestic debt rose by 7.40 trillion naira within 9 months, driven mainly by fresh bond insurance and higher treasury bills, according to data from Debt Management Office. Figures show that the total domestic debt increased from 70.41 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2024 to 77.81 trillion naira by September 30th, 2025, representing a 10.52% rise. FGN bonds remain the largest component of debt stocks, climbing from 55.44 trillion naira to 61.99 trillion naira within the period, reflecting a 6.5 trillion naira increase. Naira-denominated bonds accounted for the bulk of the growth. The Debt Management Office noted that foreign currency instruments were converted at official exchange rates as of September 30th, 2025, and clarified that earlier figures included restructured ways and means advances. Now, moving away from the debt market, Nigeria's capital market's contribution to gross domestic product has risen sharply from 13% in April 2024 to about 33%, according to the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Emomotimi Agama. Speaking in Lagos, Agama said market capitalization increased from 55 trillion naira to 123.93 trillion naira as of February, representing 1.25% growth within the period. It described the surge as a sign of strong investor confidence, but stressed that market size alone is not enough without improved debt and liquidity. To address structural challenges, the Commission inaugurated a multi-stakeholder working group to enhance trading efficiency and broaden participation, including plans to attract up to 20 million new investors. Agama added that the newly enacted Investment and Securities Act 2025 expands regulatory oversight to digital assets, positioning the market to better support national development goals. And moving on, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has called for coordinated reforms in cross-border digital payments to drive inclusive growth and strengthen financial stability across developing economies. Speaking at the G24 Technical Group meetings in Abuja, Cardoso said high remittance costs, delayed settlement, and fragmented systems continue to limit participation in global commerce. He noted that global remittance charges remains above 6%, with transactions often taking days to settle, effectively excluding millions from modern financial activities. Cardoso highlighted Nigerians' reforms, including stronger anti-money laundering measures aligned with the Financial Action Task Force standards and simplified requirement for low-value regional payments. It describes Nigerians' recent removal from the FATF grey list as a major boost to investors' confidence and the credibility of the country's financial system. In a related development, the Central Bank of Nigeria intervened in the foreign exchange market last week to slow the Naira's rapid appreciation, purchasing about $190 million to mop up excess supply. The local currency has strengthened quickly at the official window but retreated over the last 3 trading sections, prompting concerns that a sustained rally could push foreign investors out of Nigeria's fixed income market. According to report, the Naira appreciated by 9.09 Naira week on week to 1,346.32 Naira per dollar at the official window, while the parallel market rate rose by 60 Naira to 1,340 Naira per dollar. The FX spread narrowed sharply to 0.47% from 3.29% the previous week. Analysts said the CBN's intervention aimed to moderate gains and prevent destabilizing dollar outflows. Firmer oil prices, rising reserves, and reform-driven inflows continue to support the Naira's stability despite lingering geopolitical risks. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
You're still watching the Business News Hour on BusinessDay television. Moving on, Lotus Bank Limited has partnered with the Rural Electrification Agency to expand access to renewable energy solutions in undeserved communities. Under a memorandum of understanding signed in Abuja, Lotus Bank will provide up to 100 billion naira in funding to certified renewable energy service and supporting off-grid energy projects. Speaking at the event, Lotus Bank CEO Ajani Lawa said the collaboration reflects the bank's mission to use ethical finance for national development, driving financial inclusion with creating tangible socio-economic impact. The initiative aligns with Nigeria's national electrification strategy and sustainable development goal while reinforcing Lotus Bank's focus on inclusive, non-interest banking and ethical finance nationwide. Still on, Nigerians spend about $4.5 billion annually on vehicle import, highlighting significant untapped potential in the domestic automotive industry, according to reports. Speaking at a capacity building program for the House of Representatives, Press Corp Chidiwendu presented a paper titled Auto Policy Framework and Investment Opportunities in Nigeria's Automotive Industry. The workshop, organized by the House Committee on Media and Public Affairs in collaboration with the National Automotive Design and Development Council, focused on strengthening policy communication and legislative reporting. It stressed that policy consistency, adequate sector funding, and political stability are critical to developing Nigeria's automotive industry, noting that the country is the largest automotive market in Africa. He also highlighted China's success as the world's largest automobile exporter in 2024, shipping about 30 million vehicles globally and leading the electric vehicle market with a $231 billion industry share. He attributed China's achievements to over 70 years of consistent industrial policy and strategic investment in manufacturing. In other news, stakeholders are urging urgent reforms to help Nigerians capture a larger share of the estimated $6.5 billion global share butter market, and concerns that the country's leading production role has yet to translate into significant industrial and export earnings. According to the Global Share Alliance, Nigerians produce nearly 40% of the world's share nut, but earns less than 1% of the total global value, a gap described as a major structural weakness in the country's agricultural export system. The prolonged export ban on raw share nuts, introduced to encourage local processing, has weakened Nigeria's competitiveness, with exporters losing established buyers to other West African nations and Southeast Asian producers. CEO of Produce Export Development highlighted challenges including limited processing capacity, logistical inefficiencies, and the new need for rebuilding sales channels for shea butter products. It stressed that addressing these bottlenecks is critical to restoring Nigeria's market position and ensuring the country's benefit fully from its dominant share production. Also, the Ondo State government has signed two major memorandum of understanding aimed at accelerating industrialization and repositioning the state as a leading investment destination, sealing deals on the proposed deal seaport and $4 billion petrochemical fertilizer plant. Governor Lucky Ayetiwade signed the agreement yesterday during the Ondo State Investment Summit 2026 held at the International Center for Culture and Event, describing the project as catalyst for business, industry, innovation, and global partnership. It said the state will hold a 12.5% equity stake in the deep sea port project, while private partners will control 87.5% under a public-private partnership framework. According to the governor, the initiative signaled a deliberate shift in the state's economic model from consumption to production. He said the state also signed an agreement for a $4 billion petrochemical fertilizer plant in the Southern Senatorial District, expected to leverage Ondo's proximity to the Niger Delta energy belt and support gas-based industries and embedded power solutions for industrial clusters. Now, away from that story, Nigeria is seeking to attract major foreign investment, with Wale Edu, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, receiving a delegation from GCL Group in Abuja to discuss projects valued at up to $5.7 billion. The delegation led by Orji Zakalu focused on investment in large-scale power generation, mineral processing, and new manufacturing plants. According to the Finance Ministry, the project aims to create jobs, boost exports, and promote value addition, moving Nigeria away from reliance on raw commodity exports. Officials say the engagement reflects growing international investors' confidence, driven by reforms under Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administrations that support long-term economic growth. The ministry added that enhancing electricity supply, expanding industrial capacity, and strengthening local production remains central to Nigeria's strategy for a production-led economy and sustainable development. To wrap up the Business News Hour, the Rural Electrification Agency has secured 700,000 grants from the ECOWAS Commission to electrify 15 public health and education facilities across Nigeria using solar systems. The funding following a memorandum of understanding signed under the Regional Off-Grid Electricity Access Project, a World Bank-supported initiative aimed at expanding off-grid electricity access in West Africa and the Sahel. The grant will support installations in the Federal Capital Territory, Niger State and Nasarawa State, and also signed a complementary agreement with the Niger State Abia describing the partnership as a demonstration of regional cooperation to drive national development, improve healthcare delivery, and enhance learning conditions. The project will be implemented through a dedicated project implementation unit within the strengthening coordination, promoting clean energy adoption and improving electricity reliability in rural public facilities in line with Nigerians' national energy policies. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us, and stay with the Business Day television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hello, change makers, and welcome to another episode of Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, right here on bdtv, where we highlight the unique stories of established young Nigerian founders, CEOs, businessmen, and women. I am your host, Norma Obona, and my guest today is the fashion mogul, Karen Ayuba. Karen Ayuba is the creative director of Flat 17 Studio Ready to Wear. Launched in 2021 before establishing the Ready to Wear line, she began with the costume brand Flat 17 Studio in 2013, where she honed her craft in bespoke design. Her work reimagines classic fashion moments through a modern lens, often drawing inspiration from the elegance of Jackie Kennedy and the power dressing spirit of the 1980s woman, interpreted for today's sophisticated Lagos woman. With a background in building engineering from Ahmadu Bello University, Karen approaches fashion with architectural precision, creating timeless pieces that embody sophistication. The brand stands on the belief in innovation and the fusion of classic traditions with contemporary culture, offering designs that are both enduring and relevant. Beyond design, Karen is deeply committed to mentoring young creatives, supporting initiatives that nurture Nigeria's next generation of talent, and creating opportunities that contribute to strengthening the nation's economy. Welcome to the lounge, Karen.
Thank you.
So we're going to start off our conversation very slowly, but then we'll mount pressure as we continue. But don't worry, there's nothing that you cannot handle.
Yeah.
So I would like to know, when did you first feel the spark? I hear a lot of entrepreneurs say, I was drinking coffee and then I saw this idea. So what was it for you?
You mean
the spark to start your business? Yeah.
I had worked as an intern to a fashion designer, but I didn't think I was going to go down this path. So I had experienced other fashion designers in that business, like the creatives that used to draw. I liked them drawing. But then I wasn't thinking in this direction, to be honest. But then I went for youth service and I started drawing during youth service. So I was working for a fashion designer before youth service. Then I went for youth service and I just took my paper and I just started sketching. And I was like, you know what, I can do this. So yeah, that was how it started. But when I left my job, I wasn't planning to go back. Yeah, it wasn't fashion. I was going to be a builder, which is what I studied. But then I just was sketching, then I went on YouTube, I saw how to sketch, and then I was learning. When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew. So yeah, that was how it started. So I learned how to sew. Yeah, that's really how it started. I kept on practicing my sketches. That year my dad bought me a sewing machine as my birthday present. I said that was what I wanted, and that's how it started, really.
Wow. So let's take you back a bit. You said you're going to become a builder.
Yeah, that's what I studied.
I see that a lot of entrepreneurs, they have something they're doing, and then most of them go like a very different route away from what they wanted to do originally. I had someone that studied finance. He went into the finance sector, and then now he's cooking. That's what he does. So I just noticed there's a lot of, let's say, diverting a lot in entrepreneurship. But with your case, I see that the passion that you have for building appears in your pieces as well. Is there a reason for that?
Okay, I always knew how to draw. And even building, it was architecture I applied for, and then I got building. So the technical drawings and all of that, I always had that. So yes, it does. It's sort of, I get inspired from all of that studying and all the learnings I had from my technical drawing courses and the building courses. Yeah. So it sort of influences my designs, to be honest.
And I see that your pieces are very expressive, like from the textures to like that little detailing. There was one piece I saw, actually, I can't remember the name of the collection it came from, but it had beads on them. And there's just this detail to it, there's this intentionality to it. Like, you took time, you could see that this person actually builds things, like they build from scratch. You see from the material that was chosen, the accessories like the buttons, everything. So for someone that doesn't know how to sew, do you think they can reach that level of design when it comes to making clothes?
So there are different aspects to the business, to be honest. There's the designer, and then there's the tailor. They're two different people. I am the designer, so I get the inspiration, I create. The tailor is the one that builds. There's pattern cutters that cut patterns. So there are different aspects. If you're asking me if you could learn how to design, I would say I think everything is learnable, but I think you have to have it in you, kind of. You have to, there's something, because to be honest, I tell people that, like, I could see an outfit, I could start creating an outfit, and I just know there's something missing, and then I need to find out what's missing. I need to find out why it's not looking the way it should look. So it's not just about sketching, it's also, you just know when it's good and when it's not done. And so I think there's that other thing that is from God, to be honest. So I'm not saying you can't learn it. It's probably possible for you to learn it, but for me, it's inside me. It's not something I learned.
Okay. So outside of the boardroom and, away from drawing business plans, making meetings, because I'm sure that, in fact, looking at the pieces, you see that this thing, they actually took time to think about it. There are lots of meetings that have gone on to get a particular piece out. So how do you recharge and, rest after all of that?
So for me, it's a process, but I think the only way I can give my best is if throughout that process I'm doing it right. So if I bring out something that is not the best, is because the process wasn't right, to be honest. So I think I always have to be calm during that process to even think and make sure what I'm creating is making sense. So I wouldn't say there's chaos. Yes, there's the back and forth of, okay, I design, we cut patterns, we make samples, the samples turn out not looking the way they should look. It's the part of the process. Then you go back to the drawing board, what's not happening, why didn't it happen? So I think it's pacing for me, it's from my years of experience is learning to pace yourself.
Okay.
Knowing when to start drawing, knowing the period you need to have your samples out, knowing the period you need to say, okay, I have a collection and the shoot and bring it out. So it's pacing yourself, knowing when to start so that you're not in a hurry, because if you're in a hurry, then you probably will bring out something you're not happy with, right? Yeah, so I think.
Okay, so what's your favorite song at the moment?
My favorite song at the moment.
This place is a very safe space, just so you know.
The fact that I can't think of one right now doesn't mean I don't have a favorite song at the moment.
Okay, go on.
I like listening to worship songs right now, but I'll tell you, so it's probably one worship song that I always tune into. It's a song by, honestly don't like Simi.
Simi.
Yeah.
Is it Simi Dele?
I think it's Simi Sola
Okay.
with T.Y. Bello.
Oh, okay. I think I know the song, but let's not mention it. Let's keep it secret.
Yeah, so that I always play that song.
Okay.
Yeah, so that I would say that's my favorite song at the moment. I always change it.
So how does that song translate to your workspace? Do you think it affects your workspace?
Well, worship is good, so I guess it makes you happy, but no, I don't think it has any effect on my workspace. I know that if I want to create, yes, I play music, but the music just keeps on going, so I'm not necessarily listening to the music. It just gives me the vibe, but it doesn't necessarily influence what I'm doing.
So what kind of songs will we hear if we come into your space now?
Soft rock, some rap. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I like rap, but it's just the lyrics need to make sense, and then the rhythm, of course, needs to also be nice. But yeah, that would be kind of music, but soft rock and rap.
Okay. So, if your business had a theme song, we're still in the business of songs now, what would it be?
It will be something from either Kanye or or J. Cole.
Okay.
If my business,
yes.
Okay, hold on. My business is separate from me, so Kanye or J. Cole is me personally, but my business would be something classical, something from the 1960s.
Okay.
Something that just sounds.
Are we going to Mozart or Beethoven?
No. It'll be like Elvis, Presley.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on from that. We've had a lot of songs. I think I'll have to update my playlist after this conversation as well. I think I'll try to see if I like rap, because I don't really like rap like that. But I will try and see. Maybe I'll start getting inspiration to make pieces like this.
If you like words, lyrics, and songs, then yes, some rap music would be nice.
Okay, I'll try that out. So, looking back at everything you've built up to this point, what is one moment that stood out for you that you think really pivoted you forward?
I'd say business school. Yeah, that was an eye opener. Yeah, so I'll say business school. It was Womenpreneur, sponsored by Access Bank. Yeah, it was an eye opener. It just made you know that everything you were doing before now was vibes and inshallah.
Oh my god.
But then after business school, it really changed everything for me. It really changed my perspective. Yeah, so business school.
So if we were to have you sit down with someone to have coffee, and you have to pick only one person from the fashion industry, dead or alive, who would that be?
Okay, so I think it will be dead or alive. The name that comes to mind is Kanye.
Oh, I think you guys designs are very different.
Very
the
different.
Kanye we know.
So it's not. I'm not speaking to him to get inspiration or know about from his designs. I'll be speaking to him to understand his audacity.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
like
yes.
why he can just pull out anything, put it out, and be confident about. I just want to know how his head works.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'll be.
Okay, so now we are going deeper into like the fashion industry, because whether you accept it or not, you are an icon there. Yes, so
Thank you.
you're an icon there. There are so many people that pull out ready to wear and it's just basic, it's just nothing. People don't even really look at it. We have a lot of people in the space, not to look at anybody's well, but it's the actual truth. But when you look at some people, example, the top people there, you see that there is this intentionality to it. So I would like you to address some questions in that order. So do you think that it is possible for someone who doesn't know how to sew, because with our conversation we were saying something about knowing how to sew, knowing like basic things, and then of course the part where God adds the little poof and everything. So do you think it's possible for someone that doesn't know how to sew, someone that doesn't know the basics of clothing, anything about fashion, to just open a ready to wear brand?
Yeah, if you don't know how to sew, you can, but you have to have passion for it to be successful. Well, you can have funds and hire other people, so that's possible as well. So there are different routes to it, to be fair. Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, so what is one important thing about picking a partner? Do you think it's important, first of all, when you're picking a partner, to be intentional about it? Because we see a lot of businesses wake up in the morning and crash again because of the partners do not agree. So do you think it's important?
Extremely important. Extremely important to pick the right partner. You have to know why you are picking a partner, why you need a partner, what the partner is bringing to the table. Everything needs to be clear, very clear. If you guys separate, very clear, like no, you can separate, and then just be ready if it happens, if things don't work out. Extremely important to know why you're doing it in the first place, and then ensure that you have everything on paper, every single thing on paper, every single thing.
Why did you emphasize on every single thing? Because one of the things that we do in Nigeria is that we do, like you said, we do business on vibes a lot. So if you don't write down things, what are the possible things that could happen to you?
If you don't know why and you don't write down things, oh my God, it can be terrible. It can make you start from scratch. It can ruin relationships. It's not worth it. If you're going to choose a partner, know why you're choosing the partner, and then write everything down. See the vision together. Know how you're working towards the vision. Have the best relationship. You can communicate. You understand each other. Yeah, I think those are very important things. If you want a partner that is just bringing, just know. In fact, you don't even have to be friends. But know your roles and ensure everybody's doing their roles. And if people don't do their roles, have it on paper what happens from the onset, so that we all know, if you're not doing your role, I have the right to do this. From the onset, have all of that. Yeah, very important.
What about branding? Because I see that your work reflects African culture mostly. Some people just do stuff, and I would like you to maybe shed small light for us that are not aware. When it comes to branding for fashion houses, how important is it?
It depends on what your goal is. If you're in it just for the money, you probably can make money, easy money, pulling out pieces, copying designs, putting them out. People like them, knowing what is trendy. But if you want, branding is important if you're building a legacy business where you want people to feel something, you want people to be part of your story, you want people to buy into your story, into the story you're putting out. So it's not just a fashion house. You feel you feel like you're wearing this piece. It represents something. So that's what branding does. It's not just a purchase. You're buying into the beliefs of this brand. You're buying into the essence of the brand. So you can make money without branding, to be honest, but it's about your long-term plan, your long-term goal. Like, what is it for you? Yeah.
Okay, so when things get tough, who is one person that you would run to immediately?
God. Who do I want to run to?
Abio.
No, God. No, God. He's real, so yeah, God.
So another thing I want to know is entrepreneurship. Is it all the glitz and glam, all the awards? Is that all that we have to see in entrepreneurship?
At all. No, it's a lot more than glitz and glam. And I'll speak specifically about fashion, because fashion looks like it's mostly about glitz and glam, but nah, it's a business. It's a business. If you're going to have anything sustainable, you're going to have income coming. It's not everybody in your team is even going to be a fashion person. Your comms person, the person communicating with customers, doesn't have to be a fashion person, but she has to be able to, or he has to be able to talk to customers in a certain way that you want them to speak to customers. So it's a lot of training, because you just don't have people coming to your business. You need to train them. So you have to pay tax. You need to, like, a lot of things. So it's definitely not glitz and glam at all. But when you get it right, yeah, at some point there should be chilling. Like, there should be at the end of the day. But there's work to be done to get to whatever chill point you get to.
So if I was to start my own brand today, what are 5 things that you would tell me?
That's a fashion brand, right?
Yes.
First, I'll ask you if you have any experience.
Okay.
If you don't have experience, I'll tell you to intern or go to school. We'll do one of those. Second, I'll tell you it's not glitz and glam, so you should be ready. Third, I'll tell you your team is extremely important, so don't just pick in a hurry or pick just because you need. Ensure you have people that understand your values. So it leads me to the 4th thing: know your values, know exactly why you're doing it. And the 5th thing I'll say is, I think from your internship and your studies, you should be able to have a plan. And goals, so that you know how you're clocking those things. That's what I'll say.
Okay. I think I'll take this advice. Anyone that is watching, please, I hope you're writing down these things.
Are you starting a fashion brand?
I'm not starting a fashion brand. I'm not, but whoever is watching, our audience that wants to start, I think that what Karen has just shared is extremely, very important. It's very crucial to starting anything. In fact, starting any business, you have to learn, you have to have goals. You can't just jump into anything and start moving like that.
Sure.
So what is one odd habit that we'll not expect from you? Because you seem very chill and calm. Even the way you're talking, you're so relaxed. Nothing is bothering you. What's one thing that we'll not expect?
One thing that you will not
a habit, preferably.
A habit. Oh gosh, I don't think about myself that often.
Oh my God.
To know about these things. Okay, a habit. No, that's not a habit. I sing.
Ooh.
Is that a habit? Yeah, I sing. I like singing. I'm in the choir.
You're a church girl. Okay. Well, that's not out of the pocket, because you actually said something about God from the beginning, so that's not out of the pocket. What's then? I think you have a very beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have a very beautiful voice. Okay, so let's go back to the moment where you were featured on Vogue Italia.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell us how you felt when you saw it?
Okay, amazing. Why? Because I had a vision board and I had Vogue on there. I didn't expect it because there was no reaching out, there was nothing, it was just
there.
Yeah, so I went to Ghana for Accra Fashion Week and Vogue Italia picked our pieces from the runway as African designers, best 5 African designers to watch out from that stuff. So it was amazing. I did not expect it. It was just a link sent. Oh, you've been featured. I'm like, oh wow.
Who did you call first when you saw that?
I don't think I even called anybody. I think I had to soak
it in.
In fact, I posted that maybe 3 months after. It wasn't immediately. Yeah.
You seem like a very private person.
I am a very private person.
Okay. Okay, so we are coming to the end of our interview, but we would like to ask you more questions. I'm really having a wonderful time, by the way.
Same here.
So, but we have to, wrap it up at some point so that our viewers don't say we are taking extra time. But I know that they are enjoying themselves as well and don't want this interview to end. But unfortunately, we have limited time. So, at the end of everything, what is one thing you would love your business to be remembered for?
I want my business to be remembered for bringing out quality outfits and outfits that transcend time. So things you would always be classic. Like classic, that's what I want to have. Like, I don't want you to wear a piece today and then it's not relevant tomorrow. I want you to be able to wear my pieces 50 years from now and it will still be, that's what I always think of when I'm designing. Like, if I have this piece tomorrow, will it still, like many years from now, will the child of a mother still be like, oh my God, it's so nice? Yeah, that kind of thing, like stuff that will still be relevant. So I want you to hold a piece of us forever and pass it down through generations. Yeah.
That is so sweet. Now for the second to the last question before we wrap it up. So people complain about doing business in Nigeria a lot, that of course we have the laws, we have the new tax reforms that are going on, we have a couple of challenges in Nigeria, from infrastructure to weather. In fact, it flooded, just so you guys know. So what are the good things that make people to still remain in business? Because I believe that there is, at least even if it's one, we should have in Nigeria.
I guess hope, because we have something to offer. We have something to offer, so just hope for one. And I think if you're inspired, hopefully Nigeria doesn't kill the passion, but most times the passion just is there, the inspiration is there, so it just keeps you moving regardless of what's happening. And I mean, I think that's why you're an entrepreneur, because there are problems that you need to solve. So at the end of the day, a problem is going to come, you're going to solve it, and that's how it's going to be. You just keep on solving problems for yourself, solving problems for your customers. So there are challenges, but I think that's what entrepreneurship is about. Entrepreneurship is about facing those challenges and figuring it out and creating business out of the solutions you've brought.
Okay, and now for the final thing, what are your final words to someone who wants to start, or if you could go back in time, what would be something you would tell yourself?
If I could go back in time, I wouldn't have started immediately. I would have learned every single thing I could learn before I started, because I feel like if you learn and you put so much effort into learning a lot, you would run faster than learning through the business. Like when you're already in business, you're learning in there. It's tougher that way. So one thing I would have done is learn everything I could learn before I started. So no rush.
Okay,
that's it.
All right, our audience, unfortunately we have to go, and this is where we draw the curtains as Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma. Today I had Karen, the powerhouse of Flat 17 Studios. Until next time, bye.
This is the Business Day TV midday bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos. Coming up,
Naira weakens to 1,353.5 Naira per dollar ahead of 348 MPC meeting. NNPC faces liquidity concerns after Tinubu's oil revenue executive order. U.S. Congress recommends blocking beef exports from Nigeria to disarm Fulani headsmen. REA ECOWAS sign a $700,000 deal to electrify 15 institutions across Nigeria. Welcome, my name is Norma Obona. The Naira weakened slightly in the official foreign exchange market on Monday, closing at 1,353.5 per dollar ahead of the 304th Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank of Nigeria scheduled to conclude in Abuja on Tuesday. Data published on the Apex Bank's website showed the currency depreciated from 1,348 Naira per dollar recorded last Friday. The development comes after investors positioned themselves for the policy direction expected from the two-day meeting. Intraday trading data showed the Naira traded at a high of 1,354.5 Naira per dollar and a low of 1,343 Naira per dollar before settling at a simply average rate of 1,349.24 Naira per dollar. The mixed performance across market segments reflects cautious trading as market participants await the outcome of the MPC deliberations. And moving on from that story, analysts have raised concerns that the recent executive order signed by the President Bola Tinubu mandating the direct remittance of oil and gas revenues to the Federation account could significantly affect the liquidity and operational flexibility of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. According to experts, stripping the national oil company of certain revenue retention mechanisms may weaken its ability to meet financial obligations to vendors and investors and potentially disrupt operations. Founder of the Center of Promotion and Private Enterprise and the former Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Muda Yusuf, expressed concern about the cash flow implications of NNPCL, noting that the affected revenue streams were previously recognized sources of funding for the company's operational and financial commitments. Yusuf warned against subjecting NNPCL to the envelope budgeting system, describing it as bureaucratic and prone to delays. And still on, the U.S. Congress has recommended blocking beef exports from Nigeria as a measure to compel Fulani herdsmen to disarm following escalating attacks on Christian communities. This recommendation is reportedly part of a broader report titled Finding the Persecution or Ending the Persecution of Christians in Nigeria, produced by U.S. investigations into alleged violence by Fulani militias and terrorist groups. The report outlines multiple strategies for addressing the crisis, ranging from economic measures to legal reforms and enhanced security cooperation. The report also highlights the use of economic leverage to curb violence and protect vulnerable communities, insisting the blocking of beef and cattle-related exports from Nigeria to countries including Ivory Coast, Ghana, South Africa, and Senegal is key to stopping these terrorists. The report also frames these actions as necessary to protect Christian communities, particularly in Nigeria's Middle Belt, where attacks, kidnappings, and destructions of churches and schools have been widespread. And coming up, REA ECOWAS signed a $700,000 deal to electrify 15 institutions across Nigeria. We'll bring you these and more after this commercial break. Electrification Agency has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Economic Community of West African States to deploy solar power systems to 15 public institutions across Nigeria. The agreement was announced in a statement issued by the REA in Abuja on Monday, stating that the project will be implemented under the Regional Off-Grid Electricity Access Project, a World Bank-supported initiative aimed at expanding off-grid electricity access across West Africa and the Sahel. Under the agreement, ECOWAS will provide a $700,000 grant to fund the installation of solar photovoltaic systems in selected rural health centers and schools located in the Federal Capital Territory, Niger and Nasarawa states. The initiative marks the formal commencement of Nigeria's pilot implementation phase under ROGEAP, with the REA serving as a technical and financial implementing agency. And away from that story, the average price for land in Northwest Victoria Island now stands at 1.96 million naira per square meter, reflecting strong interest from developers. This information comes from a recent report by Estate Intel, which mapped Northwest Victoria Island as bounded by Ozumba Mbadiwe Avenue to the north, Akin Adesola Street to the east, Adeola Odeku Street to the south, and Ahmad Bello Way to the west. The increase in land value coincides with a surge in residential developments, particularly luxury and deluxe apartment projects. Reports reveal that the Northwest VI has more land and available for sale, unlike Core VI and Southwest VI, allowing developers to acquire property at lower costs without sacrificing proximity to commercial infrastructure. And also, the federal government is deepening negotiations to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic investments from China across critical sectors of the economy. The Ministry of Finance, in a statement on Monday, revealed that the Minister, Wale Edun, received a high-level delegation from GCL Group in Abuja, led by Ojus Okalo, as Nigeria moves to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic investment across power, mining, and industrial manufacturing. According to the statement, the proposed funding is expected to cover energy generation, mineral development, and industrial production. The engagement reportedly forms part of broader efforts to expand productive capacity and reposition the economy through carefully targeted foreign direct investments. And now, to end the local news, the Ondo State government has signed a memorandum of understanding with two investors for a deep sea port in Ilaje local government area and a petrochemical fertilizer plant. The seaport project, initially approved by the Muhammadu Buhari administration, had its license revalidated by the federal government last year. The MOUs were signed at the 2026 Ondo State Investment Summit held in Akure, the state's capital, on Monday. The summit, part of the first anniversary celebrations of Governor Lucky Ayedetiwa, attracted various investors who discussed ways to drive the state's economic development. The governor declared that Ondo State was open for business, innovation, and global partnerships, insisting that the summit is not a ceremonial gathering, but a commitment to measurable outcome. And coming right up, Mozambique set to receive $6 billion in World Bank financing over 5 years. We'll bring you these and more after this short break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the
homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
The World Bank is aiming to provide Mozambique with $6 billion of mostly concessional financing for its public investment projects over the next 5 years, a senior bank official says on Monday. The South African country's public finances are under strain, with the International Monetary Fund sounding a warning about worsening debt dynamics last week after an annual review. Sissoko says the World Bank financing earmarked to support the government's development strategy was very concessional and mostly grants. The Washington-based lender also hopes to mobilize another $4 billion of funding for the private sector, while the Mozambique's finance minister says the World Bank was developing a $921 million macro-fiscal support framework. Also, South Sudan President Salva Kiir fired Finance Minister Bak Mabana Chol in a reshuffle that was unveiled on state television on Monday evening. Chol was appointed to the post in November after the president fired Athenian Ding Athenian just 2 months after appointing him. Kiir, however, appointed Salvatore Garang, an economist trained at the University of Khartoum in Sudan, as the new finance minister for replacements. Garang previously served as finance minister from 2018 to 2020, a period earmarked by economic reforms and fiscal strains. During his first stint in the role, local media reported that Garang faced corruption allegations, including that he allocated $100,000 to cover the cost of his son's burial. And now we move to the foreign scene, where the French Foreign Ministry says U.S. envoy Charles Kushner should be blocked from access to the government after he failed to explain comments about an alleged rise in violence in France. Kushner, father of Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, had been summoned to meet French Foreign Minister Jean-Noel Barrot on Monday evening, but did not attend, saying there were no prior engagement. This prompted an angry response from the ministry, which accused Kushner of an apparent failure to grasp the basic requirements of the ambassadorial mission, saying Barrot had requested that Kushner will no longer be allowed direct access to government ministers. The diplomatic row, however, began when the U.S. Embassy in France posted comments on social media about the murder of far-right nationalist Quentin Darank. And still on, a major storm hit the U.S. East Coast on Monday, bringing record-breaking snow that caused disruptions for millions and thousands of flight cancellations. The National Weather Service revealed that parts of Rhode Island and Massachusetts have seen nearly 37 inches of snowfall, with more than 19 inches in New York City's Central Park. Weather warnings stretch from North Carolina to North Maine, with some in place further in parts of eastern Canada. More than 600,000 properties in the U.S. East Coast endured power outages, while the Boston Globe, a major U.S. newspaper, said it will go not into print for the first time in its 153-year history due to the storm. We'll bring you the sports news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Benjamin Sesko came off the bench to score the decisive goal as Manchester United edged Everton 1-0, stretching their unbeaten run to 10 matches and moving back into 4th place in the Premier League. The win marked United States' 5th win in 6 games under Michael Carrick, lifting them above Chelsea and within 3 points of 3rd place Aston Villa. Sesko, 22, finished a swift second-half counter-attack in the 71st minute to register his 3rd substitute goal of the league campaign, more than any other player this season. The defeat extends Everton's winless home run to 7 matches in all competitions, leaving them 9th in the table. For United, it was a first appearance at Everton's New Hill-Dixon's Stadium, ending with another vital 3 points in their push for the Champions League qualifications. And now to end the news, European football governing body UEFA has provisionally suspended Benfica striker Gianluca Prestiani for Wednesday's Champions League second leg playoff against Real Madrid. UEFA confirmed that its ethics and disciplinary inspector opened an investigation for Vinicius reported the incident. Based on an interim report, the Control, Ethics and Disciplinary Body imposed a provincial one-match ban on Prestiani for discriminatory conduct under Article 14 of its regulations. The governing body stressed that the suspension is temporary and does not prejudge the outcome of the case. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. My name is Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Our industry focus on the way. And as usual, like you know, we do this thing like we're born to do it. Some will say, others say skill. Anyways, it is industry focus. Let's give you that which you need Normally, we will bring you away all the happenings going on in our industry, so you stay with us. That is the reason why we do it every 12:30 right here. Highlights will come your way, economic and business values, and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians globally. Welcome to Industry Focus. Most definitely, here are our segments of the day. One quote on the day, at the same time, real estate and how it affects Nigerians. Secondly, I will throw your way retrospect on real estate. Then secondly, or rather thirdly, Captain's opinion with our fantastic guest, Chika Okeke, principal consultant broker, Gainesville Realty. Gainesville Realty, I use that word, better still. Kind of sound alike, but it's okay. All right, then of course, topic here, we're looking at royal way to make it happen. At the same time, the role of real estate development when it comes to the agenda we're talking about here. All this coming your way. Plus, deal or no deal, you don't want to miss anything for the world. They say federal government plans to reform the real estate sector. Stay with me. We'll be right back. Monica Valentine is my name. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. All right, our quotes for today, two of them, but one first and foremost should touch you a little bit more. It says here, 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. Take it again. It says 90 of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. You might agree with me, you might disagree with me. Well, my guest is right here to break it down. Then our second quote here says, quite interesting, I like the second quote. It says, buying real estate is not only the best way, it is the quickest way and safest way, but the only way to become wealthy. Take that to the bank. They might give you money. Don't forget to bring 10% here for those who made it happen. All right. So let's jump into this retrospect very quickly so that you get to understand why real estate is quite important. So, with years moving through by high market volatilization, or put this way, high market issues and economy hardship, including accelerating inflation and hike in customer price, real estate in Nigeria has gone through a lot. Some will say it holds its ground as that which makes it more, reliable when it comes to the sector, financial investment, high-level buildings, and numerous residential projects. Whichever you call it, the question is this. Now, is this going to be sustainable? All this we'll be asking our guest because of the challenges we have. So let's look to our guest. So just our guest, Chika Okeke, is the principal consultant and broker of Gainesville Realty, a boutique real estate advisory firm focused on high-value residential and investment properties across key growth corridors in Lagos and beyond. With a strong grounding in real estate brokerage, market analysis, and investment advisory, Chika leads property transactions from strategy to execution, representing clients across full spectrum of buying, selling, leasing, and portfolio positioning. Her role, there's more. Her role centers on aligning clients' objectivity with market opportunities, ensuring each transaction delivers optimum value, clarity, and long-term returns. I can go on and on and on. She's also a broadcaster too. But let me jump to our guest. Chika,
Valentine, thank you so much. How noble, how kind of you. I feel very welcomed. And I'm excited to be here. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Let's have it, right? Okay. I know that for a while there's always been media.
Yeah.
But at some points you probably started going for the big box.
Okay.
And so
you say so.
And so you chose, real estate. Real. How do you pronounce it? Realty.
Real estate.
Okay, real estate.
And then you say realty, yeah.
Okay, realty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope I got it correct.
Yeah.
But before we jump into the hard questions, our viewers have thrown some questions my way.
Absolutely.
But let us first find out, how is real estate at the moment?
It's the best of both worlds. You know how it is with in any developing system or in developing countries, you have the highs and the lows, and then you have all of those inconsistencies in between. But there's potential. There's huge potential. If you look at the stats for 2024, for instance, real estate contributed 5.4% to our nation's GDP. That tells you that real estate is a strong economic player. And then 5% of our economic output as well also came from real estate. At the end of 2025, keep in mind that real estate was projected to hit 2.25 trillion. In terms of market value. And so what that says to you is real estate is the core. It is the core, I mean, for everything that we do and say. And there's this very base, simple definition of real estate, but it helps to put things in proper perspective. We often say that real estate is everything on land, you know, everything above it, and everything under it.
Okay.
If you open your eyes, your mind's eyes to the potential that lies there in that definition, then you can understand why real estate is very centric to everything we do, whether we're gearing for national development, we're gearing for economic growth. And that's why policymakers who understand, who know what policy is about, they know for a fact that policies that will hit the mark and hit the ground running such that we can get impactful economic development that is sustainable, that is long-term, has to be centered on key core foundational pillars of any economy, and that's real estate. You cannot do nothing, no other sector can function in abstraction. We're in the studio, for instance. This is real estate. In the manufacturing sector, they need warehousing, right? In tech, you need offices, you need data centers. The healthcare sector needs hospitals, needs labs, you know, tourism. The tourism industry needs hotels, needs resorts. And so there's practically nothing that you can do that real estate isn't serving. And so when policymakers understand that fact, then they can then position and do the work that's required so that we can see the results that we desperately want to see in our economy.
See the results that we desperately want to see in our economy. Chika, you're hitting this thing on the head.
I have to.
I must say that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Those of you back home watching, I have got Chika Okeke in the building. We've just barely scratched the surface. More is coming your way. Our key questions here, which they've thrown at me to ask you.
Absolutely.
Now, they say, based on the capital catalyst question, it says here, a development around the agenda needs some form of capital, right?
Yeah.
Always an issue. Capital, money, how do you get money to start all these things? But more importantly, how can someone who wants to get into this whole thing strategically now say, I want to do this thing. I don't have the money, but even if I have the money, will it be a viable option? Will it be a successful, business venture moving forward within those angles? Looking at REIT and all that stuff.
So real estate is a sector that doesn't beg for capital. It attracts it, right? If it is done right.
It attracts.
It attracts. If it is done and structured right. Because like I've said before, real estate governs how we live, where we live, how we work, how we learn, how we heal, how we rest. Like human existence, the bane of human existence falls back to real estate. And so when you understand that instruments, for instance, like REITs that you mentioned, it enables us to take, cash that's just lying there. Some people earn pensions. Some people have savings. They don't know what to do with it. There's diaspora capital. There's retail investors who are looking for where to push their funds. But you see, what real estate does now is with instruments like real estate investment trust, it provides you a transparent way to come together. So it's not just you. So regardless of how little you have, you can come together and infuse those funds that are just lying there into national assets.
Right.
Productive national assets. So we are talking about malls, we're talking about commercial spaces, logistics, offices, housing, of course, which is the basic need, one of the most important basic needs of man, and even infrastructure linked projects. This is the way that we can begin to see development in any nation. Look at countries like the UAE, countries like China, countries like Singapore. How were they able to become industrialized in so quick a time? It's because they paid attention to the intentionality of how they use land, how land is used, the regulation of housing and urban planning. And so those are models that we can emulate if we're serious about the business. And investors, international investors too, are everywhere, but they're looking for certain things. They're not just looking for returns, they're looking for scale, they're looking for stability, they're looking for exit routes for their investment. One beautiful thing about real estate is that it is tangible, so it's always going to be there. You don't need to maintain it. Like if you get land in its real form, it's just lying there, piling up on appreciation. You don't need to do so much. It's tangible. It's something you can feel, you can touch. It's always there. It's immobile. So real estate is tangible. It's inflation hedged. Whether or not the prices go back and forth, you acquire real estate, you've locked in the price that you entered into that investment with. It can only go up if certain things are in place, if growth factors are in place. So real estate is tangible, it's inflation hedged, and it is long term. All of this ensures that if you're a small-time investor who is looking to start small, you can come together, crowdfund, invest as a team. Everything is set up in trust, and you can make the most of your returns. Real estate is not crypto that you can say something is going to come out. It is there, tangible, and it's a very safe, secure. If you do it right and do due diligence, it's a very safe and practical way to invest, and the returns can be mind-blowing if you keep in mind the most important things like location, where development is headed, and go there before it gets there.
Go there before it gets there. Stay with us here before you get, I didn't get that right correctly, but that's fine. All right, so
I think your attempts are right. You sure that should be your main hustle?
I'm thinking so. But again, they say real estate pays more money, so I should stick
That's
to that.
what everybody says.
I mean, that's the truth. If you look at it, people in real estate, I when I see them go to the bank, they always come now smiling. I'm like, wait a minute, how much you guys will make in this business?
If you're doing the work, you're going to smile and cry. For instance, from a developer point of view, if you're doing the work, if you're not embezzling people's funds, you're doing the work, because it's a tough terrain to do business in. Nigeria can sometimes pose you with very difficult challenges. The ease of doing business in this country is something that we're still grappling with. So if you're a developer who is doing the work, I mean, maybe in the long term, yes, the returns will come, but if you're doing the work, providing quality,
the
profit margins are not as ridiculous as people make it out to be, unless you're cutting corners somewhere.
So someone watching,
we see that a lot.
Someone watching at home now thinking, I want to make a lot of money. I don't want to cut corners. But how quick can I make this money? What should be the biggest fear?
The biggest fear is that you can bite yourself in the foot from the get-go. I'll give you an example. Some people go into development and they say, oh, I've heard there's money in real estate, and the money is actually in the development side of things. And now you go, okay, I want to put up in the market a development, 2-bedroom apartments, right? And I want to sell off plan, because with off plan, even if I don't have all the money, because capital financing for developers is one of the major hurdles. It's a bone in the neck. Okay, so you don't have all the funds to flow that investment, and you say, okay, you know what, I'll do 12 units. I want to sell 5 units off plan, and then I can take from the initial deposit that investors have made and start the project. As we move on and hit each milestone, more payments can begin to come in. But you forget there's inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
That's just there, waiting pretty. You have promised investors you will deliver 2-bedroom at 60 million naira, and they have paid you 30 million naira upfront, and you're going to use 12 months to complete the project. And now you're just 3 months into the project, and the bag of cement is no longer what it's saying. You have to buy iron rods, regardless of the and the prices keep changing every week. How do you deliver on what you have promised at the rate that you have promised and deliver exactly what you have promised? If you promised me 90 square meters for the living room, do you not see what I'm saying? So, and that's why a lot of developers, it's hard to go into, development projects where you can create impact, which is mass housing, which is affordable housing, which is mixed use projects. It's expensive to go into projects like that. Developers chase the luxury margins because that's where you can make money. So you just build few units, you sell quickly, because time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is also really big here on TV too.
Yes.
Real estate is important. Like you said, without
Absolutely.
real estate, a lot of things cannot work. Now, talking about real estate and challenges, which would you say, as a consultant, which would you say can really help you, break even? I'm dropping all the questions now to the one that actually matter the most. I mean, look at Greater Lagos on TV. As someone who is, trying to make sure you get the mark there so that globally you're known, I'm thinking, as a consultant, what's the blueprint question? What's the first thing that will come to your mind? Would you say, since Nigeria is not giving you everything that you want, right? Where is the best place to go and source for money as a developer? Where's the best place to now say, I want to look at this angle, the money is there. Remember, you get money from there, you're supposed to give them money back, maybe with even interest. Where is the great corner here?
So, of course, the potential is inward. Everything is inwards, but it's just that the framework sometimes makes it difficult, okay? So what I honestly think will work, whether you're coming in as an investor, whatever level of play you're at in the real estate food chain, whether you're an investor, you're a developer, you're a realtor, you're a broker, it's important that we continue to partner and synergize. The reason is because government cannot do it alone, you know, and private developers cannot do it alone. In many estates and in many developments, private developers bear the brunt of almost everything. Infrastructure, perfection of land. Let's even start with land. The access to land, you know, is so problematic. It's expensive, you know, and as a developer, the first thing that you're always thinking of is, where am I going to situate this development? Where is the land? How affordable is this land? Okay, you eventually manage to top up the funds and acquire the land. Now you're thinking about perfection, approvals. Okay, so all of that costs money. There are about 9 agencies that you have to go through to perfect your title document, so that you say, look, now I can breathe. And for me, that's the biggest thing in real estate. If you're going to make your mark in real estate, knowing that you can breathe easy, it might look like you've spent so much, you've expended yourself so much, but in the long term, you save yourself so many pitfalls, the issues of demolition and all of that, and, you know, having clients or whoever buys up in the end, they're now left with the risk. They are left with money out of their pockets because you have developed and passed on that bulk of unsafety or a lack of safety to the investors. So if you're able to do your due diligence, perfect your titles, ensure that you build right, precedence, you see, in this business, I've come to see that precedence sells. So your track record of integrity and delivering value is what will set you apart from the pack. And it might look like, you know, because you're not cutting corners, then you're not making money. But in the long term, you can then scale onto bigger projects. But like I was saying, it's important that we partner with the government. The government can provide the policy, and policy is absolutely important. So they provide the policy, they ensure that we get access to lands more affordably.
Access to land?
More affordably. Okay. And then the perfection of the titles, the approvals come out really quickly. Because this is what we're having to contend with. We have land registry systems and documentation systems where it is porous, information is inconsistent, it is opaque, and, you know, it's just left open to interpretation, which is why you see a lot of informality in the sector from the developer's point of view. But if we have a digitized system where everything is documented, you want to apply for land, you go online to the EGIS portal. If the portal is working as it should, because another thing you have to keep in mind is there are always people who stand to profit when systems don't work.
That's another thing.
We all say we want change, we want things to work, but we forget that there's oftentimes more than not a cabal, where it's like people selling people profit when things don't work. So, but really, if everything were to work, you can apply, make your applications for your document, you can get your certified true copy, you can do your verification online, apply for your documents come out in real time, developers can move to site and do what they need to do and actually sell with the little funds that they have, and rinse and repeat. Because for a developer, the biggest question is, why do I have to tie down funds?
Why do I have to tie down funds? That's a big question. All right, I hope this next part answers that question.
Okay.
Let's jump to this. Deal or no deal? It says that real estate financing scheme and the 2025 tax reform, which is what we're dealing with, about to read now, 2026 that we're in now anyway. So, bill taking effect from 2026, which is this year. Chica, you are a professional when it comes to this part, which is real estate. As a broker, you know, as a developer, is this a deal or a no deal? That's our president over there, you know, smiling, hoping that the reform this year will add more value. On the books, deal or no deal? On
the books, it's a deal, of course. You know, we have, as Nigerians, we have this thing where, you know, there's no scarcity of policy. It's implementation and sustainability that we grapple with the most. So yes, capital injection, very needed. It's a positive, you know, indicator that the government is thinking, that they're thinking in the right direction and they're serious about the sector of real estate. Financing schemes, absolutely, very welcome. But you see, beyond the talk and the rhetoric of talk, we need to move quickly to implementation, sustainability, and sanitizing house. The current housing deficit stands at 28 million. Right now, we're building less than 700,000 homes annually. That's not enough if we're going to beat the housing deficit. But then again, you have to ask, what is the purchasing power really of the average Nigerian?
Points.
So even when the government is saying, yes, we're serious about housing, we want to make it affordable, we want to, lower the entry pathway so that more Nigerians can access, home ownership, that dream that you and I, almost everyone has. The truth of the matter is affordability is relative. Right? Affordability is what is affordable to you might not be affordable to me. The middle class, as we know, is struggling, and they are the ones who can afford to buy maybe low-level real estate and mid-level real estate, and then the 1% of 1%, of course, are the ones who buy the luxury real estate, right? But so right now, even with the middle class that we have, to what extent can they actually afford, the current value of properties on the market? Which is why the capital injection is a good move. But what we need to do, very importantly, still boils down to partnerships. But before we even get to that, we need to clean house. And when I say clean house, I mean from the belly up. Because if you're injecting money, it's like trying to, when in the Bible Jesus was saying you don't mix old wineskins with new wineskins. You have to clean house first and ensure that the house can accept and receive and sit comfortably on all of the new policies that you're going to bring in. Yeah, so there's a lack of sanity and structure, and the Lagos State government has been doing so much to sanitize the sector, but we really need to look, like I said, from the ground up or from the top to the bottom, because we're all culpable. And that's the truth of the matter. When we talk about the rot that lies and exists in this industry, realtors, developers, and even the government too has been lax and can be faulted in many regards. And so if we want these funds to make sense, the tax relief, of course, is going to bring about you've seen the rate of rents right now in the market. It's crazy. It is not sustainable, which is the reason why you see many homes are vacant. Many properties, people cannot afford the rent, but it's going to go on the up and up, because as long as demand isn't meeting supply, you will always have those materials. Exactly. Put inflation in the mix, and it's tough. So I would say, if the government is saying they're injecting capital, then let's know for sure where this capital is being injected into, where it will create the most impact. If we're saying we're building affordable homes, you're building affordable homes, yes, but are you building it in Osogbo,
where people cannot?
When the city is where everyone is migrating to. So if you're going to do affordable housing, you need to do it in key city centers where where people are constantly trooping into, and find a way to make it work. Yes, land is expensive, but all land belongs to the government. And so if the government partners with developers and say, developers, I want you to do affordable housing, they need to make the implementation of it easier for developers. Because you see, developers will have to go and look for funds. There are no loans. Loans right now for developers exist in double digits. Who is going to bear the brunt of the cost if I build in double digits? It's the end-time user. Of course, infrastructure. Most times when developers purchase huge blocks of land and they want to execute estates, they are the ones who have to put the majority of the infrastructure, the roads.
I know that we need to be part of this. Because I tell you, look, can never be exhausted when it comes to communication. We'll do a part two of this.
We have to.
Because of time.
I'd like to come back again.
So it's a good deal.
It is. It has its potential, but we have to do it right. And we have to be serious about it and think long term. Because every now and then we bring policies and then halfway we discard them and come up with something else. There's a new government in play and everything just changes. It makes a mess of things. But if we're able to solidify, concretize on policies and then run with it for the long haul, then we can begin to see actionables and hold ourselves accountable. For every money spent.
What's the last one for our guys at home? That's a camera.
So final thoughts, the industry has so much potential, but of course it takes you and I and everyone on the value food chain to make it work. If we're serious about enhancing and growing the economic sector in our country, then we need to be paying attention to real estate. How we do it, how we execute, and how we plan for the foreseeable future. Cities are continuously expanding. What is the projected estimated population of Nigeria going to be in the next 20, 30 years? We have to be thinking about that. So there are new emerging towns and cities that we need to be looking at. If we have failed to plan in Lagos proper, now we need to begin to plan for Ekpe and other emerging towns that are coming and get it right from the get-go.
Get it right. Thank you so much, Chika, for joining us.
Thank you so much for that time. It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm very happy because of time.
Know. Thank you so much.
Wow. Those of you back home, what can I say? Thank you for tuning in, for being with us. Still Business Day Television. This has been No Shit Focus. Nika Valentine, my name. I had a wonderful guest, Chika. We'll do part 2 of this. At that time, I will get more information from her. Till then, stay strong, invest. now.
Absolutely.
You might cry later.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
One of the most socially accepted drugs, tightly woven into our social life in Nigeria, with some taking the drink to relax, celebrate, or forget their worries. Yet, it kills more people silently than many illegal substances, as many families are losing loved ones to liver failure caused by excessive drinking. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one guide to health and everything wellness. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Now, let's build up a mini plot. 40 to 60% of adult Nigerians actually consume alcohol. Liver diseases driving largely by alcohol account for 7.9%, of medical admissions in Nigeria tertiary hospital, with 20.4% of these cases being liver issues. Alcohol consumption is a major risk factor with severe liver fibrosis, affecting up to 72.7% of heavy consumers of mixed locally and industrially brewed alcohol, and accounting for approximately 16.17% of all liver diseases deaths in Nigeria. Joining us to break down these statistics and help us understand alcohol abuse as a leading cause of liver failure is pharmacist Didi Esang, the founder and CEO of Script Safe Technologies. Welcome, Didi.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Let's go in quickly. Now, what is liver failure? I mean, in a deeper medical term, understanding the function of liver, and at what point does social drinking cross the line into alcohol abuse that can damage the liver?
Okay, so when we want to talk about liver failure, I think we need to break it down and start from understanding what the liver actually does, right? So the liver is a large, very powerful organ that performs hundreds of essential functions, like it regulates our blood sugar, produces albumin, clotting factors that help prevent swelling and bleeding. It manages fats, cholesterol, even bile to help digest food. But one of the most it does is filtering out toxins from the blood. And that function is very vital because it also makes the liver vulnerable, right? So for every toxin that we ingest, including alcohol, right, it needs to be processed in the liver. If that load is too high or it is sustained over time, then the liver begins to stroke. That's when you begin to have liver disease culminating in liver failure. Now, liver failure can be acute or chronic. For the purpose of, this segment and what we're going to be discussing today, we're going to focus on chronic liver failure because that comes at the end stage of liver damage, end stage of liver disease, right? And this comes about when something has been injuring the liver for years, most commonly alcohol, and then over time, the healthy tissue that exists is replaced by scar tissue. And then once this scarring has become advanced, the damage is largely irreversible. That is why it is so important and it is so deadly. So now to answer the question, at what point does social drinking cross the line to begin to be a problem? I'll say the short answer is the amount of liver damage, it depends on how much a person drinks, how quickly they drink, and for how many years they've been sustaining this drinking. Now, from a medical standpoint, low-risk drinking is generally defined as, for women, no more than one standard drink per day. And for men, no more than 2 standard drinks per day. Now, what is a standard drink? A standard drink contains 4 grams of alcohol. So that is the equivalent of 1 can of beer, 330 ml can of beer, right, with 5% alcohol. It's the equivalent to 1 glass of wine at 12% alcohol and 1 shot of spirits, that's your whiskey, your gin, your vodka, 1 shot of that at 40% alcohol. That is a standard drink. Now remember, the standard drink contains 14 grams of alcohol. If someone is consistently consuming 30 to 50 grams of alcohol per day, day after day, over years, the risk of alcoholic liver disease rises significantly. So to put that into practical terms, if someone is drinking 2 to 3 cans of beer every day, or 2 to 3 glasses of wine, or 2 to 3 shots of spirits daily, you're significantly increasing your risk of alcoholic liver disease. But then you will say, oh, this isn't, how many of us actually do that? Think about this. Someone has had a very difficult day at work, or they work in a very high demand, a job with high demands, right? And it is their ritual to come back from a day of work. They already have their bottles of wine chilling in the freezer. They come back from work, they take out a bottle, they turn on the TV, and they finish that bottle. A 750 ml bottle of wine contains 70 grams of alcohol. That's roughly 5 standard drinks. Remember, to increase your risk, you're consuming 30 to 50, but one bottle contains 70 grams of alcohol. And you're doing that from Monday to Friday. Over the weekend, you go for a party, you're drinking, you're binge drinking, right? And that also brings us to the people who would also say, oh, I don't drink every day, just over the weekend. But then binge drinking, which is defined as having 4 or more drinks within 2 hours for women or 5 or more drinks within 2 hours for men, poses a more significant risk. Because remember, I said when you're talking about, the risk for alcohol, it's how much a person drinks, but also how quickly you're drinking. You get me? So the liver is only capable of metabolizing or processing a limited amount of alcohol per hour. If you're ingesting large amounts of alcohol very quickly, then this alcohol and the toxic byproducts from that processing or metabolism begins to accumulate. So even just one heavy drinking session can increase, fat deposition on the liver. It can trigger inflammation. And then imagine repeated binging episodes, over the course of years. That can accelerate long-term damage. So yeah.
Right, so thank you very much for giving us such an in-depth explanation. Now, what early warning signs of liver damage do people commonly ignore or mistake for, stress or malaria?
That's a very, very, very intelligent and very beautiful question, because Nigerians we have to give, you have to give us our props. We're very resilient people, right? But sometimes that resilience works against us, because if we are unwell, the next thing is malaria and typhoid, or it's just stress. Even during COVID, you would have people vehemently denying that there's a pandemic going on, but they fell sick during the pandemic. And if you ask them, it was just small malaria, forgetting that malaria is actually a disease that targets the liver, this same liver. And that's the reason why malaria symptoms can often look very similar to liver disease symptoms, like persistent fatigue. And this is not just being tired after work. We're talking about a deep exhaustion that does not leave you even when you've slept. But what do? You blame it on malaria, you blame it on stress, on being overworked. Another sign is loss of appetite or nausea. You're feeling like throwing up, you're feeling a little dizzy, you don't feel like eating. It is very easy to dismiss as well, right? Some people can even develop a low-grade fever, particularly in alcoholic hepatitis. I think further down this conversation, we'll discuss the stages of liver disease, but in alcoholic hepatitis, by the time you get to that point, you can have a low-grade fever. In our environment, you quickly just, you're having fever, you're having fatigue, you're feeling nauseated, it has to be malaria, right? Another one is dark urine, or I would say the color would be like tea. And when I say tea, I mean like tea in the proper sense, like let's say Lipton, a tea-colored urine, even after you have drank water. That is an indication of rising bilirubin. It means your liver is beginning to dysfunction, but then you chalk it up to malaria as well, right? Another thing that people very rarely recognize is a mental fog and personality changes. You're having difficulty concentrating in life, at work. You're getting highly irritable. You're forgetting a lot of things. You think, oh, I just need to go on leave. But you've gone on that leave and you've come back, and the problem still hasn't gone away. You're not sleeping well at night. You're awake at night. You're sleeping during the day. This is a sign of liver disease, right? That people tend to ignore. And the danger is that with liver disease, you don't often see the symptoms at the beginning, at the stages where it's very easy to reverse. By the time the symptoms become really dramatic, you begin to feel pain. You begin to have jaundice, yellow eyes, you're having swelling in your abdomen, you're getting this intense confusion. By then, the disease has already, advanced And that's the reason why it is so dangerous.
I'm not a medical personnel, so I'm a bit sentimental about this, because why is it that some people develop liver failure after years of drinking, while others, you drink to stupor and you are still fine? It seems a bit unfair. Is it your body system coming in play, your stronger immune system coming in play?
Yeah, I would actually say yes, it is your body, right? Because that is often the thing, that's often the excuse that Nigerians would use, like, not even just with alcohol, right? We want to talk about something else that's dangerous for the liver. Local herbs and herbals, you'd be like, oh, my uncle has been drinking every day since he lived to 85 years old. My grandma has been taking alcohol every single day for, and she, in fact, she outlived everybody in her family. The truth is, and I'm going to be very, very honest, vulnerability varies from person to person. Like alcohol can trigger, but the vulnerability changes. In fact, even amongst very heavy drinkers, a 10 to 35% will go on to get to the end stage of liver damage, which is severe cirrhosis. And that is influenced by very many factors. The first thing we always have to consider is genetics, right? Genetics. Some people carry a specific gene variant that makes their livers more prone to fat accumulation. That's the first stage of, of liver disease, fatty liver. Makes their livers more prone to fat accumulation and scarring. Some people have genetic variations in the enzymes that would metabolize or process alcohol. And these differences will affect how quickly toxic byproducts of that metabolism of alcohol, like acetaldehyde, are cleared. So if you have it clearing out slowly, that means it is building up more. That means more cellular damage, right? The second thing we have to consider is biological sex, right? And that is not being sexist in any way. Just a biological woman is more susceptible to liver injury at lower levels of alcohol intake. Remember, when we're talking about, a standard drink, for women, it is 1 standard drink per day. For men, it is 2. And that's because women generally have lower total body water and like a different alcohol metabolism. So the same amount of alcohol will produce a higher blood concentration in a woman compared to a man. The next thing you want to think about is your own current metabolic health and your body weight. Like if someone already has obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, adding alcohol is just like you're adding fuel to a very hot fire already. That combination now will now accelerate the inflammation and scarring of the liver. You now have liver disease, like you already have an existing liver disease. Sometimes people might not know because hepatitis, sometimes it's silent. You have chronic hepatitis B or C, which is very common. And that dramatically already is increasing your vulnerability. And then you now add alcohol on top of that. You see how it can significantly just speed up your progression to cirrhosis, right? The next is your drinking pattern. We'd also talked about this. There's a difference between someone who is drinking every single day for years, someone who drinks occasionally, and someone who is binge drinking constantly, right? Daily sustained drinking is different from occasional use. That's different from binge drinking, which adds additional inflammatory stress, to the liver. Another thing you need to consider is your nutrition, right? Chronic drinkers, that's just based on studies, often have protein and micronutrient deficiency. And this protein is essential for the liver to be able to repair itself from all this damage that we're subjecting it to, right? And the final thing you want to consider is time. The liver has a remarkable regenerative capacity. Some people are able to compensate for years before the compensation actually occurs. And then another thing you actually do want to bear in mind is that these people who you are looking at and you're like, they seem fine, they've been drinking and they seem fine. When you bear all these things in mind, although they seem fine, they might be in the beginning stages of liver disease. They might have a silent fatty liver. They might have early stage fibrosis, but they are not showing any, very outward, very severe symptoms. So they seem fine. Or even the symptoms that they have, you chalk it up to malaria and typhoid or stress. And then by the time something happens, it now becomes, village people, this person was fine. They were fine. And then one day, but then that wasn't it. Like your liver damage was gradually progressing to that point.
So even with the liver being very strong and regenerative in your terms, and our body systems being different, is there a standard, like how much alcohol is too much before destruction of the liver starts?
Okay, so we had touched on that a bit earlier. It's not one single drink that's going to destroy the liver, right? It is sustained exposure over time. So again, just want to remember, medically, anyone who is consuming 30 to 50 grams of alcohol per day, to bring that back home, if you're consuming 2 to 3 beers per day, 2 to 3 glasses of wine per day, 2 to 3 shots of, whiskey, gin, whatever your poison is daily, and doing that for 5 years or more, you are severely increasing your risk of alcoholic liver disease.
I just realized that this conversation has been so interesting and we are slowly running out of time. So let's be a bit brief with the answer, right? So many people believe that herbal bitters are natural and therefore they are safe. I don't believe so, but a lot of people on the street, they think that because they are natural, they are safe. But what is the truth and how do they affect the liver?
You know what else is natural? Cyanide. Cocaine is natural. The bacteria that causes botulism is natural. We just need to, stop this narrative that natural automatically equals safe. The liver doesn't care whether a substance is natural or synthetic. It only cares if it is toxic. And most of these, herbal bitters, we don't know, the exact ingredients going into them, the concentration of the active compounds, whether they are heavy metals or contaminants or direct poisons or toxins for the liver, whether alcohol is included, and for most brands in Nigeria they are. We don't know how they're interacting with other medications. All these things matter, right? There are documented cases of herbal-induced liver injury. And by the time they come to the hospitals, it's presenting as acute hepatitis, progressing to liver failure. By the time they come to the hospitals, it's mostly already too late, right? So there's a very severe risk with these.
Let's do a simple 2+2, right? In a layman understanding. You said the liver is regenerative, meaning it can heal itself to an extent, right? So if someone is seeing early symptoms of this liver damage and decides to stop drinking, can the liver actually heal itself at that point?
That is a very beautiful question. And the answer is it depends on when you come in, right? I want to break it down by the stages of liver disease, right? So there's the early stages where you're having fatty liver that progresses to, alcohol-induced hepatitis of the liver. That goes into fibrosis, then cirrhosis, and then you're beginning to have issues. At the earlier stage, at fatty liver, right? If you stop drinking, improvements can begin in days. Your liver enzymes will begin to start improving within 2 to 3 weeks. By months, you're okay, right? And in many instances, the liver can return back to normal if you sustain that abstinence. By the time you get to, hepatitis fibrosis, by fibrosis, there's scar tissue beginning to form, on the liver. In many cases, there is still potential for improvements. We can still turn this around. With sustained abstinence, you're improving your nutrition, you're checking for all the other cofactors. The liver can potentially repair itself. But by the time it gets to this point, it goes from weeks to months. It will take months to years to begin to, reverse the damage. But once the disease gets to cirrhosis, right? That is, extensive scarring of the liver to the point where the structure of the liver is being distorted. At this stage, the scar tissue is not fully reversible. Stopping alcohol at that point, the only thing it can do is stop further damage. Any part of the liver that is still healthy, it can preserve that. It can improve your survival, but it cannot be reversed after that point. By the time you get to liver failure, the only thing that can help is a liver transplant.
When you talk about alcohol damage to liver, a lot of Nigerians take it with so much, as a pinch of salt. So, this saying that, you can take the horse to the river, but you can't force it to drink. That is synonymous in the case, because we have this, not be you go tell me what I go do mindset. But I want you to give us the hard truth and let us know the gravity of what we're dealing with. Now, in a real hospital setting, how often do doctors see patients who are already beyond treatment because they came in too late due to alcohol-related liver damage?
You see, in the real sense, alcohol accounts for or liver disease because of alcohol use accounts for over 50% of these cases. There was a particular study that was done in Southwest, and nearly 48% of patients with liver disease died during admission. And the reason that was happening was because of late presentation, right? So more than 80% of liver disease patients in most hospitals are even admitted through accident and emergency, not during routine clinical visits. That means they're already critically ill before they arrive at the hospital. By the time they come to the hospital, they're already actively bleeding. They are suffering from intense confusion. Their abdomen is swelling. They're getting to the point of kidney failure. So it is more common than you think. This is not something that we want to play with.
So much. So finally, I want your honest opinion. If you were the Director General of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, would you support the ban of alcohol, sachet alcohol, and other alcoholic liver failure and other alcoholic drinks? And what liver failure strategic steps do you think you take?
So you see, you can't say you're going to ban alcohol, because there are people who don't learn from history are forced to repeat it, right? If we remember, we cast our minds back to the prohibition in the United States when they were banning alcohol. It didn't stop the consumption of alcohol. It just drove it underground. So banning something doesn't take it away. It just makes it more dangerous, because then there's no regulation regarding that, right? And then even with the banning of sachets of alcohol right now, it's not something that can come about immediately. You need to take into cognizance the economic aspects of this. There are supply chains. There are people who depend on this for their daily bread. You're banning it. What other alternatives are you making for these people? The people who patronize them. Because of how intense the problems that we face in this country are, the amount of emotional turmoil that people go through that drives them to want to, just stop everything with the most common psychoactive substance that we have, which is alcohol. You take this away from them. This such an alcohol, which can even be, less expensive than food that they eat. What alternatives are you making for them? So I'm not going to say, I never support, just a full-out ban of anything. I support targeted regulation, and not just regulation and enforcement. There was a period of time where NAFDAC decided to stop registering this sachet alcohol and the PET bottle alcohol. Not registering it just makes it unsafe, right? Bring them back, register them, have them under your control, under your domain, right? And then enforce strict quality control. Because another danger that could come about is that when you're not regulating these things, sometimes it's not even ethanol that is in them, it's methanol, which is just abject poison. it and enforce it. And then we need to partner with the government to bring about strategies that disincentivizes these from selling this. So it could be tax. Make it such that it is not profitable anymore for them to sell this sachet. And then don't just attack the symptoms. Understand, why is this happening? Why is this so rampant? Mental health is not something that should be played with. Addiction treatment, provide this at the grassroots level. Most people who are taking herbals or bitters are taking these things because they don't have the money to go to the hospital. And these herbals are being marketed to them as treatments. But if you provide, healthcare, make it accessible for them, there's no need for them to be taking herbals morning, afternoon, and night because they are trying to be well and they don't have money for medication, right? And then make available screening and early detection programs. Let people know how serious this entire thing is, and let them know at the level that they understand. Let them know at a level that they can also look at and be like, yeah, I do not want to die. I want to live long. I don't want, this to happen to my children, my family, my wife, my husband. So this is something that I want to go on board with that. I think those strategies will help the situation compared to just abject banning every single thing.
So much, Pharmacist Didi Esang. That was such a lovely and insightful conversation. And today's conversation reminds us that liver failure does not happen overnight, but is the result of choices made over time. Although alcohol may be socially accepted, its consequences are not. If you have a pressing question on today's topic or previous conversations, send a message to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com or leave a comment. I am Amanda Imosigbuwe, reminding you to protect your liver drastically, reduce the intake of alcohol, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us for the first time, it's great to have you here. I'm Glory Brown, and today we're shining a light on one of the most inspiring founders making waves. This show is all about exploring big ideas, bold journey, and the real stories behind today's rising startups. All right, let's jump right into today's spotlight. Joining me to discuss this topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise, is Agbona Odunayo, popularly known as MC Praise. MC Praise is a top-tier master of ceremonies, public speaker, digital marketer, and brand strategist with over 9 years of experience lighting up stages and elevating events across Nigeria. He's also the founder of Golden Star Entertainment Company. And today, welcome MC Praise to Startup Spotlight.
It's nice to have you.
It's nice to have you. Welcome. I'm so thrilled. Let me start by asking you, at the beginning, you started doing MC way back 2016.
Yes.
How did you start? Tell us a brief story of how you turned your talent into MCing.
So I've always been a comedian. Not just a stand-up comedian, just someone who likes cracking jokes. And some of my friends would say, you're very good. Would you consider comedy as a career? So at every opportunity that we have in church, I need to jump on one or two things, just, varieties, just do startups. And then there's a friend of mine in 2019 that needed an MC for his event. I told him, I can help you with it. And that was how it started. So 2016, I've been hosting some church events, some birthday gigs, but I didn't really take it seriously. But then when my friend needed, he had a big event and needed an MC, I was able to jump on it.
So when you started doing this MC at the start, when you started wanting to make it like a job, what fear and doubt came to your mind, and how did you overcome them?
So because of how the industry was as at that time, it was not a thriving. It was for some people who had already made names, because that industry is only for people who are made names in the broadcasting industry. You've made waves with the comedy industry. You have to be popular for people to hire you for that kind. So it was very, very hard to just say a random person who is not popular, you do not have a face in the broadcasting industry, nobody knows you, and you just want to start this as a profession. You know, you have that fear of, let me just start. So I just started anyhow, and to the degree of God, here we are.
So starting anyhow from the start, you know, it's a very good thing, because you don't know how it's going to be like.
Yes.
What mistakes did you encounter, like failures, when you started doing it blindly without you knowing what step leads to another step? What failures and mistakes you made then? What lesson did you learn from it moving forward?
So for mistakes, of course, if you start something as a newbie and you do not have a mentor who would guide you through some things, you are prone to do mistakes. I think one of the mistakes I had was my first wedding. So to say, my first wedding came from the event of my friend that I hosted, that I jumped on. The photographer was just about getting married. I was like, bro, I love your comedy. You are very, very funny. I will need you to come and do this at my wedding. So my first big mistake, I didn't have a structure yet. So he just said, how much do you charge? And because of my kind of lifestyle, I told him, pay me 8K. I know it's low, don't laugh. And he was like, no, we do not have 8K, we'll do 5K for it. And so the negotiation mistake was a part of it. I never knew the industry was something that valuable. I never knew people pay as high as 200K, 500K, 1 million. I never knew all of those. I never knew my worth at that time. So because of how it came, I just jumped on it. That's one. That's for negotiation mistakes. And when it comes to the execution of the event, I never had information about the couple. I just appeared at the event and I started yapping. So until you need people to start saying, no, it's not done like this. You know, a lot of people have attended weddings to correct you. Especially, to be very obvious, if you're a newbie and you have not seen some things, or maybe you have not hosted before. If you did not even have anybody to guide you, you just want to go into that industry like a novice. You never blindly you're prone to do some mistakes. So there are some things I did that you just have people to come and meet you on stage and say, no, it's not like this. Even though some of these you might not be wrong, but because you do not really have a full knowledge of what you're doing, anybody can come and tell you anything, and you are prone to misconception. Because of course you're just supposed to be the driver of the event, but if any other person comes to they can take over the event from you. So I think those are the mistakes I made when I was starting out as a professional musician.
So at what point, starting out, at what point did you notice that talent is not just enough? You need business skills, financial management. At what point did you realize all of this?
So for me, it was quite progressive. I've always been someone who loves knowledge. Before I started out, even the book itself, I had done my research. I had seen videos on YouTube, I had seen videos online, I had done my research everywhere. And I came across men who have seen they already made 10 years in the industry. Shout out to my mentor, Spirit of Sako. I seen someone's video on YouTube and a lot of other people. So I was able to test some of them and say, please, I'd love you to train me. And it was then I later discovered that there's a community of other MCs who have been fed with knowledge. So on joining those people, you had more enlightenment. I had more enlightenment. Oh, talent is not just enough. These are the ways you can secure your clients. These are the ways you can perform well. These are how you are going to do it professionally. And then I go introduce to professional courses and every other stuff. So it was quite a progressive journey for me. It was not something I immediately realized, though. It was something that was progressive.
Let's talk about some of your turning points. What are some of the turning points? You can tell us like one brief story, turning point of when you realize that this is going to be a big deal for me. You understand?
So I've been doing this from when I was in 100 level.
Wow.
Yes. So the first year, I think I did 4 gigs. Second year, I did 4 gigs. The third year, I did 10 gigs. And in the fourth year, that was like almost my finals. I started getting gigs from Lagos. So I would leave my school, travel
What school?
to the Adekunle Ajasin University, to be precise, in Ondo State. So I would leave my school to come to Lagos almost every weekend to come and work. And then one day, one of my clients said, "Are you in Lagos?" The fact is that a lot of people who were hiring me, they never knew I was not
in Lagos based.
They just assumed this guy is in Lagos.
Because
so one of them has said, "Are you in
that.
Lagos?" And I said, "No, I'm traveling back. I'm not in Lagos. I'm schooling. This is that." And he's like, "You need to move to Lagos." So the word I started looking for accommodation. Before you know it, I started getting a lot of people, and there are clients that can actually be a turnaround for you. There are people you will meet that they would give you genuine advice, that people would want to see you grow genuinely. If you meet those kind of people, you need to hold them very well. So on meeting different type of people that had helped me, that had inspired me, that said, "You know what, I love what you do, but if you can leave the environment and come to this environment, if you can do this and that." And that was it. So on trying one of the advice some of them gave me, I moved to Lagos, and before you know it, someone was in charging 50k, 40k, 70k, all of a sudden started charging 250, and to the glory of God, yeah, we are in millions.
So what was that the moment you realized that this is something you can't do alone? You need team members to join you, to push through, for you to go beyond your imaginations. And how were you able to know the right people to put in your team, to select and be valuable in your team?
So the thing is, when I was 6 years in the industry, I hosted my first master class. I had like just seven students, and from just those guys were already MCs, but they needed structure. And the industry is a very kind of competitive industry. Like I said, you need to do more research than outside of the industry. Most of the things that we're elevating in this industry is not something you do in the industry, it's something you do outside of the industry. So my first master class would open everything. I had some of my friends, those guys are now my friends, they are now the ones in my team. We're already growing from 7 to almost 80 or so. We had now have a big so those guys who knew how it all started were the ones I now say, "You know, guys, this is the bigger vision. Can we work around this?" So that was how. And as you grow, you begin to see more experience. There's some things experience to teach you. You begin to see the need for structure. I have some of my other friends, shout out to official Mr. Bravo, who would have calls in the midnight. We will not sleep. I'm actually very active. I'm very active at night. If you call me 2 a.m., I'll pick up my call.
Yeah,
I'm very active at night. So we can have a call all through the night and say, "Guy, what is the next thing we need to do? What is the next thing we need to do?" And during our conversations, ideas begin to drop. It can just be something we're just talking naturally. And I'm a very sensitive person. Once I say something, we can just be communicating. And once I say something, "Oh, we're supposed to do this," I immediately note it and put action to it immediately. So when I needed a structure, we need to have a manager, a guy. We need to have a PR person. We need to have a secretary. I started noting before okay, so who are my friends? Who are the friends I know that are very good at this? Let me bring them in. So it all started with my friends.
Okay.
So I have a company, Golden Star Entertainment, GSA. Yeah, we have a party company. It's now a big group of companies now. So people that started that in that company were my friends. There were people I knew. Okay, you're very good in finance. You're very good in secretary. You be my. I still have official mail I sent to them. Like, "Oh, we're officially bringing you on board." So even though I was not paying them, but then I understand the concept of structure from the beginning. So it was quite very easy for me to implement some of these things, and also I learned from my mentors.
So meaning having a mentor is a very important
in every industry. If you want to thrive, either you are a startup or you are even in the industry, you need mentors.
But there are people with talent, but they don't know how to get mentors. What advice can you give to them, and how can they locate like a mentor that can put them through the right path?
To the glory of God, I humbly say this: I get close to 30 messages per week from different people, part of the world, who was in my video on YouTube and say, "I want you to come and mentor me." I've written books on how to be a startup. I've written books on motivational. I've written books on the concept of my craft as well. So when some of these guys come across my videos on YouTube, they would go and search my contact on Instagram, and then they find my contact and send message. So I've had a lot of them. So we have a system of admission, of course. But the reason why I'm saying this is because They are always materials. We always find someone who has done 10 times what you're currently trying to do in that industry. Only if you're not doing your assignments well. You can never be in any industry and not know one person who is really doing well. You should have a role model. And if you can find one person and you can get access to that person, obviously you're going to see their competitors. Even if that person cannot mentor you, you always see their competitors or their people who have collaborated with them who can also help you.
As a founder who has turned your passion into a thriving enterprise, what advice will you give to someone out there who has this talent but they don't know how to turn their talent into businesses?
All right, there are different advice I'm going to give. The first one is to start afraid. Your talent, you have something, you have not tried it before. You just have to try it. Try it try with a mistake. You are going to make mistake. You're only going to make you that once. You will know how to adjust yourself. There are times I've gone with my mentees to events. They never knew they would make mistake. I'll just put them on spot. Go and open this event. And that was the last time some of them will make that mistake because they needed to learn like that. Some of them needed to learn like, sometimes I'll say, I'll put them on spot. Or come do an opening for me. You just have to start anyhow. You have a talent right now. If you're looking at me, start anyhow. Start in your living room. If you know how to dance, start doing it in your room. Start anywhere. If there's opportunity for anybody, maybe they need someone who can sing, or you're just in a gathering and you feel something like varieties. Those times I remember, there might not necessarily be a variety. I'll just be this kind of person who's restless and say, please, I have a comedy. Can I make people laugh? That's how passionate I was. Please, can I make people laugh? I just feel like this place is boring. So I never really started on the basis of money. I started on the basis of this is what I want to do.
For fun, for
fun,
for the passion.
So as at that time I be like, my purpose should be around this thing is just I want to make everyone around me
happy.
Yes.
Let them feel the vibe.
So I just want to do this before you now realize that so somebody can pay you for this, and later you can realize that as at 2016 I saw somebody was already collecting 2 million for thinking, wow. So somebody is collecting big like this. Okay, let's put a structure around this. Okay, how can we work on it? So if you're looking at me and you don't know how to start, just start anyhow. And when you're starting, just continue. Even if you made mistake, I've made mistakes before, and I said nobody should come here and say praise again. I remember that times I cried out of a stage when I was in school. And I cried home. I can remember that day, and I said nobody should come and say praise again. But then there's another opportunity that presents itself, and I still came up and did the same thing I did when I cried, and people appreciated me because of the different environment. So what I'm saying is that even if you have made a mistake before, do it again. If you continue to make mistakes, you cannot make mistakes 100 times and not get it right one time. So you need to continue what you've done before. Keep showing up. By that, you will learn from your failures. You will learn with people you meet. If you make mistakes, some people come and meet you and they say, bro, there are ways you can do it better. I know someone who can do it better. That's it. So if you have not tried it before, how will you meet people? Come on, wake up.
You feel forward.
Yes.
You feel, you learn, and then next time
I don't believe anybody feel backward.
Backward, yes. Yeah, because when you make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes. Next time, that particular mistake, even if you're going to make another mistake, it's not going to be that
the same way. Exactly. It's going to be the same way.
Yeah, we're having a nice conversation right here with MC Praise. We're going on a quick break now. Stay with us. When we'll come back, we'll bring you the most interesting part of the conversation. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. We'll be discussing the topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise. And we've been having this amazing conversation with MC Praise. Moving on to my next question for you. This industry is a very competitive one.
Yeah.
A lot of new trends pop up every day. How do you stay innovating and keep staying ahead of your game?
So the first thing is you should know what you're doing. Know the market. And if you understand the market, you need to jump on trends and collaborate with other people. So I have a concept that you can't do life alone. The people who integrate the new trends are people who also just want to try something new. So the moment you see this thing is trending, don't turn a blind eye to it. You can send a message. You have to be humble. So if you want to grow, you send a message to the person, I love what you're doing. Would you mind if I can recreate what you did? Can I recreate it? Can I work around it? I'm not going to copy you, but can I put another concept to it? And before you know it, it can be the turning point for you. But the thing is, whatever you notice is trending, in every industry, you should be able to jump on it. And if you want to innovate, innovation is just doing what have been done before. You're just doing it a different way. So instead of copying and paste, you can have access to the person and say, would you mind if I could do this? And in our industry, sometimes some of them will not even come and meet you. Before you know it, they are done it different with the package it where. So if the person that packages it well is the one that takes the glory. So if you do it well and you don't have the platform for it, that's another topic for another day. But the thing is, you can easily reach out to the person who have done something big, appreciate the person. I love what you're doing, I appreciate you, but I want to do something around this. Would you mind if I do it? I'll tag you. Something. Sometimes some of them will not even say I'll tag you, but it's quite very professional for you to reach out and say, I want to do something around this. And before you know, you can actually take the glory for a different. If you can do it, because the way you would do it is actually different from the way I would do it. You might have done something very good, but I can have my own personal trait in it, and that's what makes it innovative. Because yes, there's a way I'm saying it differently from even what you've done. Even this our phone. This is not how the cell phone in Nigeria was before. It started like handsets. I remember when we had something like
that. Yeah, like
and
a long internet.
It was somebody saw it differently and it kept updating. So that's innovation. That's how we can also do.
You talked about going into this passion that you've turned into a thriving business without initially the aim of making money,
yes,
profit and all that. But that was way back. That was 2016, and currently we're in 2025. You understand? So my question is, for people that are looking forward to jump on this trend, become an MC or turn their talent into passion, and when you have a friend, for instance, that tells you, come over and help me host this event or a party I'm doing, how can they finance themselves? Because going for an MC job or hosting a job is very, I don't know how to say it. You need to look very fine. You need to be the center of attraction and all that. How can they have all that put together while chasing the dream of making money in future?
So this is like you said that was in the past. There's just a way you can actually work around it. That's why you need the help of a mentor. So for example, if you're just starting out, I would still encourage that you don't make money your top priority. You need all the gifts that come to you for you to build your profile.
Really?
And you can start with what you have. Before if you see some of our past pictures, you will laugh. And we still had audience even when we were wearing all of those things that we wore 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 11 years ago. When we see it now, we laugh at ourselves. But that was the best we had. And that was what we can do. That was what we had. So what you have right now, you still have very good clothes. Start with it. If you are invited to come host an event, put on that clothes. I know some MCs who had repeated outfit like 7 times for an event, for different events, the same outfit 7 times until they were able to raise money to get different outfit. So if you're a newbie, you want to start doing this, like I said, you can actually say, oh, I would appreciate I appreciate when you know how the situation of things is, but you don't make money your top priority. Now when you now realize that okay, you are now doing well, and then there's time for you to, yes, you can now put structure and say I'll be charging so amount. But the truth is, even if some people want you to come and do it for free, they will still need to test your ability. They don't just want just anybody. So for now, if you message any company and say I would like to do this for you, they will still need you to send your portfolio, send your profile. That's even for free.
Yeah.
So money should not
be
the
even
top.
for free.
Yes, that's even for free. So like I would say, like I always say, because that was what worked for me, money should not be your top priority. Of course, the aim is for you to build yourself so that you can be able to get money, but you learn to earn. In this our industry, we learn to
earn.
Yes. So you need to learn first, learn from your experiences, and then it will now take you to earning. But for first, in my book, the MC Starter Skills, like I said, don't let money be the first thing. At the end of the day, money will come looking for you. You just start to position yourself valuable. Money attracts value every time, or value attracts money every time. If you're valuable, people will always be willing to give you any for the value. So, but before you can show that you're valuable, you don't make money the top priority, then because a lot of people will run away from you. Okay, when you now say how much you want to collect and you call one big price,
and you end up spoiling the
whole thing. So they will not call you again before you know it, what you're supposed to learn from an event that they don't really pay you. There's a way they can criticize you than when they pay you. Yeah, so
we all know that hosting an event can be unpredictable sometimes. What's one funny moment or surprise moment that has happened in your career and you've learned an important lesson from it?
There are a lot. I've hosted event before that there was a fire break in the hall, and everyone was rumble for like 30 minutes.
What?
I've hosted a wedding event before that there was a fight between the families, and for like an hour, nobody was doing anything. It's quite unpredictable, yeah, but the thing is just you need to remain composed. You are the MC for this work. You know what you want to come and do. And therefore, there's always this spiritual side. You pray for every event you want to host for, because the spiritual controls the physical. But just know what you're doing. Compose yourself, be calm. Don't let any of that. Of course, the events is unpredictable. The bad will happen, the good will happen, but you remain composed and know what you want to do. And then work with the other vendors. That's one of the next things that can actually help you, especially when the event has planners.
Thank you, MC Praise, for sharing your journey, your insights, and all you've said so far. Thank you so much for coming to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And that wraps up another inspiring episode of Startup Spotlight. Today we've learned how talent, when nurtured with vision, persistence, and the right business strategy, can truly transform into a thriving enterprise. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching BusinessDay television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Now, this is a Business Day television news update reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up,
Kanu faces multi-billion naira economic shock over incessant fire outbreaks. And transport sector sees 649% investment surge hits decade high. Meanwhile, late night attack on Kwara border community leaves 3 dead. And also Lagos hikes BRT fare by 13% on rising operational costs. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And our fire outbreaks in Kanu have devastated markets, destroying over 1,000 shops, goods worth billions at Singa Market, and 50 shops at Fatima Simra Market in Dakota. Analysts say losses hit traders, manufacturers, and workers, spreading from textile makers in Kanu and Lagos to rice millers and pharmaceutical distributors, with many goods being sold on credit. And Kanu, a trading hub, distributes goods across the northwest into Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. Niger, and trade drives the revenue and GDP, with each shop supporting 3 to 5 jobs. And leaders including Chairman Junaidu Muhammad Zakari documenting victims and warning against fraud. Experts blame poor wiring, overcrowding, and flammable storage, cautioning taxis, weaker purchasing power, and higher prices. And foreign direct investment in Nigeria's transport sector rose to a decade high in the first 9 months of 2025, National Bureau of Statistics and the third quarter data show. And this means inflows reached $63.3 million, up 649.11% from $8.45 million in 2015, covering road, rail, and inland water projects. And the federal government approved $652 million from China Exim Bank and progressed the Lagos-Calabar Highway, while Lagos State secured 410 million euros for Omieko, $150 million maritime facility, and Lagos Green Lines are underway. Export consultant Obiora Mado says the spike is temporary, driven by project deals, fleet replacement, logistics expansion, and currency stabilization, warning policy inconsistency, weak PPPs, and funding gaps persist. And the third quarter data show manufacturing attracted $261.3 million, agriculture $24.6 million, and transport $5.2 million, while researchers urge infrastructure upgrades, stable rates, the risking digitization, and policy continuity. And still on, at least 3 people have been killed in a fresh attack on Koro community in Ekiti local government area of Kwara State. According to reports, the assault happened late Monday along the Koro Ekiti Egbe axis near the Yagba West boundary in Kogi and targeting Kemberry residents. Survivors say heavily armed attackers ambushed villagers, forcing many into surrounding bushes. Hours earlier, gunshots were heard between Koro and nearby Eruku, heightening fears of an impending strike. And resident Oluwole Ige says criminals use the Ogbe forest as a refuge, exploiting jurisdictional gaps between Kwara and Kogi State. Authorities have yet to comment as residents demand urgent intervention, while analysts link rising violence to armed groups relocating from pressured northwest and north central zones. Coming up, Lagos hikes BRT fare by 13% on rising operational costs. We'll bring you these and more after the short break. Stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching News Updated 2 at Business Day Television. Now, the Lagos State government has approved a 13% increase in fares on bus rapid transit, BRT, and other standard bus routes across the state. The decision was approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu following appeals from regulated public transport operators who raised concerns about the rising cost of running their services. According to a statement shared by the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, the fare adjustments will affect all bus reform initiative schemes, including BRT and standard routes, as the new fares take effect from Monday, March the 2nd, 2026. Now, the state government explained that the increase is meant to reduce the pressure on public transport operators caused by ongoing economic challenges. And now, away from that story, the Nigerian Exchange Limited has suspended trading in the shares of Zeki's Agro-Allied Industries PLC pending an investigation into unusual trading activity. The exchange said the suspension took effect immediately on Monday under its issuer's rule book to ensure market transparency. And Zeki's Agro-Allied was listed on the NGX Growth Board on January 20 at Naira 81 per share, with 600 million ordinary shares has surged significantly to 17.36 Naira per share, representing an 859% increase. Now, in response to the suspension, the company stated that it was not aware of any undisclosed material information responsible for the sharp increase in its share price and trading volume. And meanwhile, the broader market remained positive, with the all-share index rising to 192,263.56 points and market capitalization climbing to 125.97 trillion naira. And meanwhile, the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tanimu Yakubu, has defended Executive Order 9 signed by Bola Tinubu, stating that it is a constitutional measure to safeguard oil revenues rather than an attempt to create new law. Yakubu said criticisms suggesting the order breaches the Constitution are inaccurate. And according to Yakubu, the order enforces constitutional provisions requiring all Federation revenues to be paid into recognized government accounts before allocation or spending. Now, the Director General added that the order does not override legislative authority or amend existing laws, but instead ensures proper implementation of constitutional revenue custody requirements. The government maintains that the move will restore full revenue entitlements to federal, state, and local governments, enhance fiscal transparency, and even improve budget credibility and macroeconomic stability. And still on, and chief financial officers and treasury managers across Nigeria are rethinking their dollar holding strategy as the naira strengthens and returns on local investments improve. Now, companies held large dollar reserves to hedge against naira depreciation, but improve liquidity in the foreign exchange market and narrowing gaps between official and parallel rates, and now reducing the appeal of the dollar. Now, the naira's recent gains have been driven by reforms from the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the currency has appreciated about 7% year to date, with the gap between official and black market rates narrowing significantly. And external reserves have also climbed to about $48.5 billion, strengthening confidence and boosting the central bank's ability to stabilize the market. Analysts wondered, while the naira's rally reflects stronger fundamentals, sustained stability will depend on continued reforms, reserve growth, and investor confidence, as any global market conditions could pressure the currency again. And now to end the local news, the Inspector General of Nigerian Police Force, Kayode Egbetokun, has reportedly resigned from office. Unconfirmed reports say the IGP was asked to resign his appointment by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with no official reason given as of the time of this report. Egbetokun, according to the report, is to be succeeded by Tunji Disu, the Assistant Inspector General of Police, overseeing the Force Criminal Investigation Department Annex in Alagbon in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, senior police officials and sources within the Police Service Commission confirmed the development on Tuesday, while Egbetokun was said to be at the Presidential Villa on Monday, where he was reportedly told to go and prepare his handover notes. Coming up, gold falls over 1% as dollar strengthens, investors book profits. This and more after this short break. Still stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You're still watching News Update on Business Day Television News at 2. And I'm moving on to Africa. Now, gold fell more than 1% on Tuesday, retreating from a 3-week high as a stronger US dollar and profit taken by investors weighed on the market. Spot gold also dropped 1.2% to $5,170,000 per ounce, snapping a 4-day rally, while US gold futures also declined. Now, the stronger dollar made gold more expensive for buyers, and using other currencies reducing demand as investors also move to lock in profits after prices surged above 5,200 naira per ounce. $5,200 per ounce earlier in the session, triggering a temporary pullback. Now, market attention remains focused on U.S. trade policy after Donald Trump announced new tariffs under an alternative law following a court ruling limiting his earlier tariff powers. Now, other precious metals showed mixed performance, and analysts say gold's broader outlook remains positive, especially if geopolitical tensions rise or the dollar weakens further. And meanwhile, the South African rand held steady in early Tuesday trading as investors awaited key economic data expected to provide fresh insights into the country's economic outlook. Now, the currency traded at 16.03 rand to the dollar, largely unchanged from the previous session. And attention is focused on the release of the composite leading business cycle indicator by the South African Reserve Bank, which tracks economic activity through various indicators. Investor sentiment is also tied to South Africa's fiscal outlook ahead of Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's budget presentation, where market expects updates on debt reduction plans, fiscal consolidation, and economic reforms measures aimed at strengthening public finances. And meanwhile, bond yields remain stable, reflecting cautious optimism among investors. Now, on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump's new global tariffs have taken effect at 10% from Tuesday, despite his pledge to raise them to 15%. Now, this move follows a Supreme Court's ruling on Friday blocking sweeping import taxes introduced under emergency powers. And an executive order says the temporary levy imposed under Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act for 150 days aims to address payments, imbalances, and rebalance trade, while official documents show no directive increasing the rate beyond 10%. Now, the president argues tariffs will cut America's trade deficit, which widened 2.1% to $1.2 trillion, with the U.S. already collecting $130 billion under the 1977 IEEPA, and though the court ruled he overstepped authority. Analyst Karstin Mzekski warns of a heightened trade war risk as the UK, EU and India are reviewing deals, while Trump threatens higher tariffs on countries that play games. Now, still on New Zealand, will introduce new employment conditions for holders of open work visas from April 20, 2026, immigration authorities have announced, and the changes aim to clarify permitted work and strengthen compliance with labor and business laws. Officials say the updated rules will give migrants clearer guidance on rights and obligations while reducing uncertainty for employers, supporting safer and fairer employment practices across the country. Now, open work visas will now fall under the two categories, with one allowing any form of work, including running a business, while the other restricts holders to employment with an employer. Authorities stress compliance with visa and labor laws is mandatory, as grace period allows current visa holders time to adjust, while future applications must meet category-specific conditions, and working holiday visas remain primarily for tourism. I will bring you the sports news after this break. So stay with us.
alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
You're still watching the news update at 2 on Business Day television. And I'm moving on to sports. Finally, Benjamin Sesko came off the bench to score the decisive goal as Manchester United edged Everton 1-0, stretching their unbeaten run to 10 matches and moving back into 4th place in the Premier League. The win marked United's 5th win in 6 games under Michael Carrick, lifting them above Chelsea and within 3 points of 3rd place Aston Villa. And Sesko 22 finished a swift second half counter-attack in the 71st minute to register his 3rd substitute goal of the league campaign and more than any other player this season. The defeat extends Everton's win-less home run to 7 matches in all competitions, leaving them 9th in the table. For United, it was the first appearance at Everton's New Hill and Dickinson Stadium, ending with another vital 3 points in their push for Champions League qualification. And to end the news, European football governing body UEFA has provisionally suspended Benfica striker Gianluca Prestiani for Wednesday's Champions League second leg playoff against Real Madrid. And UEFA confirmed that its ethics and disciplinary inspector opened an investigation after Vinicius reported the incident. Now, based on an interim report, the Control Ethics and Disciplinary Body imposed a provisional 1-match ban on Prestiani for discriminatory conduct under Article 14 of its regulations. The governing body stressed that suspension is temporary and does not prejudge the outcome of the case. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television News Update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we bring you deeper analyses and also implications of selected stories from Business Day newspaper. I am Destiny Mama. Now, the story being examined is businesses strained under advert regulators vetting regime. I repeat, businesses strained under advert and regulators vetting regime. Now Nigeria's tightened advertising vetting regime is actually squeezing businesses, and which is delaying campaigns, raising compliance costs, and even dampening innovation, sparking fresh debate over consumer protection, regulatory protection. Now, and the regulatory overreach and even the broader impact on investment and competitiveness in a fragile economy. Now, the writer of this very insightful story is Ruth Okumbu Imafidon, and she's right here with us. You're welcome to Behind the Headlines. So good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
So, right. So, very quickly, right, what specific aspects of the advert vetting regime do you think a business is finding most burdensome?
Okay, thank you once again for having me.
Yeah.
So for the ACON vetting guidelines, businesses are required to submit their advert, and then it is stated that they are supposed to secure a certificate of approval before any exposure.
Wow.
Now this has always been the case. It's always existed for other forms of advertising, but last year it was extended to now include online after a court ruling finally gave ACON, that's Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, after a court ruling gave ACON the right to extend its reach to the social media online space.
Yeah.
For businesses, the restriction now is having to wait for that certificate of approval.
Okay.
On average, we have over 40 million businesses in Nigeria. ACON is not a very big, is a regulator, but if everybody has to wait for a certificate of approval from the ACON, we could see businesses waiting so long. While doing the story, I spoke to some businesses that let me know that they've had to pause some campaigns because they are waiting to get this certificate of approval from ACON. And even when they get an oral approval, they cannot proceed because what happens when they run into issues, right? They were supposed to have secured the certificate of approval in the first place. So that's the major constraint for them, having to wait for this. And now we also understand that the body behind issuing this approval only meets once a month.
Oh, wow.
So even when a business has paid for accelerated approval, they still have to wait, even though they should have gotten the approval, say within a day or two, depending on what they pay for. They have to wait until that meeting happens, and then they get the certificate of approval, irrespective of whether they had gotten oral approval or not. Yeah.
Okay, now, so are you trying to say that this whole development is going to actually slow business for even advertising agencies? Because some time ago, I wanted to help someone put like a jingle, you know, but the radio stations were asking for that certificate, which means it's a very, you know, a strong campaign ongoing right now in the advertising sector.
Yes.
Now, and I'm sure that a lot of reasons are making this happen. What do you think are those reasons that is actually, you know, bringing this out to the fore?
Okay, so ACON actually came up with this as a way to protect Nigerian consumers. As of last year, the additional guidelines were issued in May, but before then we had seen the viral CBEX scam where Nigerians lost over ₦1 trillion estimated. And what they observed is that for most of these adverts, they don't go through the traditional route anymore. They don't go through TV, they don't go through the newspaper, the radio, they go online.
Yeah, social media influencers and all
they
of
go
that
through
one.
the social media and influencers. So Arcon actually brought this rule as a way to like protect consumers, saying, okay, make sure you get the approval, have it vetted and approved before you go online with this. So
Wow,
it was actually meant to be a means of protecting consumers in the first place.
All right then. So now, do we really have data showing how approval delays are actually affecting revenue, even product launches, or even competitiveness in this regard?
Okay, so there are no specific data. The Advertising Association of Nigeria, they have, in an open letter they wrote to the president, they have mentioned that businesses are having to cut back on campaign budget because it's slowing some of these their marketing campaigns, but there's no exact data. However, in the course of working on the story, I spoke to a couple of persons, and I got to speak to somebody, for instance, that has a program, and up to 2 days to his program, he's not been able to run any adverts because he's still waiting to get this approval. Even after making the payment, he's still waiting to get a certificate of approval to run the advert, right? And that could be really detrimental. You imagine you're having an event, you've put all in place to have this thing move smoothly, and then because you were not able to secure a certificate of approval in time, you don't go ahead to run the advert. So some businesses may still go ahead, right, but there are consequences. We see it from the vetting guidelines on Arcon website, that if you're found to be defaulting in this situation, the consequences could range from fines. You might be asked to withdraw that advert, and these fines could be really, apart from the fines, even the reputational damage to a business. For if such a thing comes up, that they have to find out that, oh, Arcon fined you over this thing, it could be really damaging for a business's
is it like
reputation.
a criminal offense right now from that sector? Could it be described as such?
We may not say criminal offense, but it attracts consequences.
Strong consequences, so to speak. Okay, then, so now, how does Nigerians' advert regulatory framework actually compare with global best practices? Do you think this particular development was actually gotten from their global counterparts, like, following suit on what they do over there, and all of that one?
Yeah. So across the globe, because online advertising is really growing, for a lot of businesses, that will be the cheapest and easiest way to reach their audience. So regulators across the globe are really trying to find a way to protect consumers. But in terms of this blanket pre-approval requirement, which is what Arcon is applying, asking for pre-approval across all advertising materials, I find that other African countries that I try to look at, Nigeria is alone in this regard. So we have, say, Kenya, we have South Africa, we have Egypt, we have Ghana. In these other countries, you're allowed to run your adverts, and if a complaint arises afterwards, and then they look into it and find that this advert runs contrary to the code of practice, because they have an advertising code, of course. If your advert is found to run contrary to this, then you're fined, your license may be withdrawn, and all of that. So you're not necessarily required to get pre-approval, except for sensitive areas like drugs, that's pharmaceuticals, obviously, because if you allow people to advertise a fake product or an unapproved product, there's consequences. So for food and drugs, in Ghana, food and drugs, it's required. In Egypt, for political adverts, you have to get pre-approval. So they have pre-approval just for specific areas they think to be very sensitive.
Like it is in Nigeria.
Yes, but for I think Kenya, for gambling, right? Before you advertise anything about any betting or gambling, you must get pre-approval. They have to go through it, and I think they also have a restriction so that you don't use influencers, right? Because it might make it look attractive to people under 18 if they are seeing people they look up to as the people you're using for your advertising. So they have regulations in these other countries.
Well, I believe, in Nigeria, there's this thing we always do. There's this thing people call initial gra, like when something is starting, they tend to take these things too personal, and then before you know it, they start bringing a little bit of leniency, towards it. Because from all you've explained, if it continues like this, a lot of brands will not get the publicity they need, and it will affect businesses. Trust me, it will affect businesses in a lot of ways. But like you said, their counterparts in other African countries are not giving these measures on everything. They have measures,
they have specific sensitive areas that they
put it up and take it. So I just pray Nigeria tags along in that regard. Now concerning SMEs, right? Do you think SMEs are disproportionately affected compared to large corporations?
Okay, I think this is one area you would find a bit of an irony, because in this particular situation, it is the large corporations that are affected, not the MSMEs.
Oh my
God. So what I found out in the course of working on the story is that a lot of the small businesses, they just ignore it and go about their business anyway. They just go ahead and run their adverts. They're not waiting. But the large corporations now, they have to wait for this approval because they have more to lose if the regulator comes after them. So these small businesses, these small influencers creating their content, running their small business on maybe a WhatsApp channel or a Telegram group, they couldn't care less what the regulator is saying. They just go ahead because, again, the regulator has said you have to apply for approval, but there's no provision for that approval to be applied for online. So the person who is running a small business on his WhatsApp channel is probably not thinking to go to a regulator's office to submit documents for adverts. So what we actually find is that it's the large corporations that are affected, not the small businesses in this situation. So it's also a case of compliance, right? So it's those that are complying that are affected, while those that are not complying are really just going about without
they couldn't care. All right. So then, what justification do you think this regulator provided for actually tightening? Enforcement at this time?
Like I said, mentioned earlier, they issued this after that CBEX thing that happened last year, and then from SEC we're also hearing of several other similar scams that have happened, and the fact that they always go through the online route. And even before then, I think as of 2022, the regulator had tried to mandate this already in 2022, say get approval before you run your ads, but there was a question of jurisdiction, like the act creating you does not mention that you can oversee online, right? So until that court ruling in April last year now gave them the approval to go after this. So their justification for this was really to protect the consumers. But in the case of enforcement now, we don't know how that is happening, or if they're even capable of enforcing it. Because like I had pointed out in the article, if 40 million businesses in Nigeria want to run a campaign this month, is Arcon capable of vetting 40 million adverts and approving? So you see that there's the problem of scale, and if there's 100% compliance, can they really cope? Which we don't see evidence of.
Well, these companies actually have a thing or two to do with government sometimes because of what government is actually gaining from them. So now, in making them not to have enough businesses, won't this actually affect, what is going to the government in terms of taxation and all of that one? Because these things also should be considered, and that's why I'm saying that before long, you will see that flexibility will come into this whole thing, and then they will start doing it. Regulating it like other countries, to actually help, especially the big corporations, like you said, that are greatly affected by this. What do you think of this?
I think that over time, Arcon will find out what works. Like I said, probably in the first step, with people having lost trillions of naira, they just brought down the hammer and said, okay, all adverts must go this way. But I think with time, as they look at what is playing out, they might find a system that works better. There's also the concern of what we see now in terms of AI generated adverts and we have seen a lot of public figures, including the president, Bola Tinubu. You see their images used to generate videos promising people, or they could become rich overnight and all of that. So, so there's also the concern of how will the regulation cover that.
Exactly.
So what I see playing out is that ACON will have to keep observing and keep tweaking till they find what really works, because they cannot even just decide to slack on compliance just like that. It would be at the detriment of Nigerians. But still, they would have to find something that works without restraining businesses from their campaigns. Like one of the marketers I spoke to said, it's like they're trying to run and somebody's holding their two legs. You have a campaign you want to run, you're waiting for an approval that has not come, right?
You know, that really, that never affected them before, and it's affecting them now that they will have to pay more tax. It's kind of very, very painful, if you ask me. All right, then, now the last but not the least, in your assessment, right, do you think this is primarily a consumer protection issue, or it is an ease of doing business challenge?
It's a little of both. Consumer protection, because that's what the regulator wanted to do, to protect the consumers by insisting that all adverts must be vetted before any exposure, and it was very specific. He said all advert materials before any exposure. It means even before putting an advert on your WhatsApp channel, on your WhatsApp status, even, you know, it's supposed to have been approved, right? But now when we say ease of doing business, we saw a ranking from the Presidential Business Enabling Council that really shows that this rule has affected ease of doing business, right? So while the regulator is trying to protect the consumers, they also have to find a way that they do not create more bottlenecks for businesses, so that businesses can still, you know, launch their products, do their campaigns, have their events without having to be tied down waiting for an approval that is taking a long time to come. So yeah, it's a little of both.
I just imagine the whole lot right now, you know, because now we as a media station, right, we do a lot of adverts.
Yeah.
So are we supposed to also wait, you know, for these certificates before we put in adverts on our platforms, both the print and broadcasting media stations? Are we supposed to actually wait for that? And also another question I wanted to put in right before we go is, now these certificates, do they require monies, finances, and if so, what are the amounts?
Yes, so applying for approval, there's a regular fee of 7,500 naira, in which case you have to wait about a week to get your advert material approved. And then there is the fast track option if you want to accelerate the vetting, 48 hours, I think 75,000 naira. And if you want it vetted within a day, 100,000 naira. But the problem for the advertisers is, and I think that was what even triggered this issue some weeks ago, that they put out an open letter to the president. They said that even when they pay for the fast track, they are not getting it as fast as they should.
It has become like an international passport, so to speak.
Yeah, so of course there's cost implications. It means that whatever your advertising budget was going to be, now you're factoring in an extra 100,000 or 75,000 to get the approval. Ordinarily, that could probably have maybe covered 2 days running advert online, maybe 2 days, maybe 3 days, depending on your budget and the reach you're trying to get. So yes, it does have cost implications for business.
Wow. Now, seeing that these things are happening this way, it's a lot for, a lot of SMEs are going to suffer this.
Yes.
A lot of bigger corporations, like you said, are actually also going to suffer this, because these people, they just want their information out there.
Yeah.
Like maybe oil companies, they want to start, selling their cards that will make it easy for people to access a particular.
They want to launch their products.
They want to launch their products.
Yes.
So they just want it to happen very fast. Do you understand?
Yes,
and then you find out that these delays will also be happening. And now this is the beginning of a new year. A lot of companies want to have their AGMs and all that. And in having their AGMs, they want to also introduce new products. So they have to, it will cause a lot of delay.
Yeah. Although for the ARCON regulation, there's some exemptions, probably announcing meetings, announcing obituaries, and for those kind of content, you don't have to get approval, obviously. So it's particularly for content that you're advertising, like your products, yes, and all of that you have to get this approval. And then they are also trying to enforce the local content, meaning that you have to use local talent in your adverts and all of that. Although like I said, I think over time Arcon will find out what works. Because you talk about the local content, this thing. A question I recently had to ask somebody is, when they are saying local content, meaning you have to use local talent for your adverts, what happens now that we are seeing adverts that use AI generated images?
So are they trying to stop that as well?
Will the AI generated image of an old man qualify as a Nigerian? Will you say that person has used a Nigerian in his advert? So there are some technology is advancing, and what this will do is expose some gray areas, which I feel the regulator will have to address as they come up.
Oh my God! Yes. Now this is a lot. Trust me. Now this is a lot. Wow. So right here on Behind the Headlines today, the 24th day of February, 2026, we actually spoke on this particular very interesting and very important topic: businesses strained under advert regulators and vetting regime. Now this is our bigger story on Business Day newspaper today. And guess what? We've been talking to the writer of this very, very impressive story and very, very unveiling and revealing piece by Ruth Okumbo Imafidon. You actually did well, and the research is very worth it. Trust me, and we're so proud of you. And we know that you're going to give us more insightful and very researchable stories next time when we invite you for Behind the Headline story. Thank you for coming around and giving us so much insight.
It was nice being here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that's all we have today on Behind the Headlines. And don't forget to join us same time tomorrow for more revealing headline stories from our Business Day newspaper. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for staying with us. Good afternoon once again.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian